Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 643. Hopefully, you guys have had a great weekend or a great day, rather. I've got a great guest for us tonight. You have most certainly seen her around chat, Brew City Synth. You want to tell us how you're doing and where we can find you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. You can find me on Instagram, even though I don't really go on Instagram too much. That's probably why a lot of my followers and people I follow, they don't see me liking posts all the time. I don't go on there that often, but if you'd like to follow me on there, I do post pictures once in a while of memes and weed and music updates and whatever else. I think it's just at Brew City Synth. Um, and you can also find me on YouTube at Brew City Synth. If you like my music, that's what that account is for. And then I use a different account for my cannabis related content, which is my 420 TV channel. It's like 420 TV and then like the little smoke cloud emoji, and then it says weed core after that. So if you guys want to follow that channel for uh, my weed core videos and grow updates and whatever else I feel like posting that's cannabis related. Um, I also have a Rumble account for Brew City Synth, which I hardly ever use, but I signed up for it after YouTube banned one of my songs for COVID misinformation. And I was like, fuck this shit. So I went and signed up for Rumble and then realized not a lot of people use Rumble. And it seems kind of hard to get a following or anything going on there. So I just have it set up to where if I post anything on YouTube, it automatically like transfers it to Rumble from my Brew City Synth account. So if you're on Rumble, feel free to follow me on there. I think that's pretty much it.
Right on. I've never heard of the Rumble myself, but it sounds like another platform that I need to at least get over there and claim my name. I'm a big advocate of that, even before like branding became a necessarily a thing. I was an advocate for jumping on whatever social platforms that pertain to cannabis or whatever name you were using and get on there and claim that shit before somebody else claimed it.
Right.
Then there's nothing. That's how Eagle Gardens became Eagle Gardens 1. You know what I mean? And that sucks when you have to compromise something you've built for a long time. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's like my 420 TV account. I didn't even realize that somebody else already posts things under 420 TV, and it's like, well, I already started doing all this shit, so fuck it, I'm just gonna go with it. I don't know. But on Rumble too, it seems like it's a lot of like conservative media and shit like that is on Rumble. That's actually how I found out about the website, was like watching Louder with Crowder and like conservative podcasts and shit. And I'd hear them always talking about, sign up for Rumble because they don't censor you as much as YouTube. So figured I'd sign up and see what it's about. But I don't know. It seems like it's just so much easier to use YouTube, and I don't know. Maybe someday it'll grow till be easier to use and easier to get a following going, or even like find new content. Like I have a hard time like finding new stuff on there. But
Well, you make it a little easier by mentioning it right now, for sure. So we might as well get this started right where we usually do. Hopefully, before we get there, you got something hopefully to smoke on this evening.
yeah, I do, and I have no idea what strain it is. I asked my guy and he's like, "Oh, I can't remember what it's called." So I'm not sure, but it's pretty fucking good and smells good. And I actually made some cannabis honey with some of it the other night, and I've been drinking that in my coffee all day today. Tastes pretty damn good.
How do you? Well, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, but how do you make cannabis honey?
Um, so the only way I've tried it so far is with a double boiler, and I basically just like decarb the weed in my oven, and then after that's done, I put it in the top pot of a double boiler, put a cup of honey into it, and then let it cook for about 2 hours, and then strain it with a cheesecloth into like a glass Pyrex measuring cup thing, and it strains out pretty well through the cheesecloth, and then I don't know if you're supposed to let it cool before you put it in a jar, but I throw it in the jar right away and squeeze out whatever's left in the cheesecloth, and yeah, it's pretty much all I do, and it tastes pretty good. It's You can smell the weed in it. If you smell it, it's not like super overpowering, but you can definitely tell that it's in there, and it tastes really great in coffee. And I tried it on some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That was pretty good. But I really like it in the coffee though, especially like being at work all fucking day now because I'm finally back to work. I'm off of my COVID vacation now. And yeah, I just like basically on every break, I fill up my thermos with coffee, go out to my car to vape for a couple minutes. And while I'm out there, I throw like a tablespoon of honey in my coffee, mix it up, and sip on that all day. And it seems to work pretty well for anxiety. Like I feel less anxious throughout the day, like, because for my whole life, I've had really bad social anxiety. And it seems like since I've been drinking the honey in my coffee the past couple weeks, like my anxiety's gotten way better at work, and I don't feel as much pain in my body as I used to. Like I still get pain in my knees, but then I also have this cannabis salve that Chicha B gave to me, and it's got like THC and CBD in it. I rub a little bit of that on my knees, like on my breaks and stuff, and it helps with inflammation and pain really well on my knees. So it's basically like all I need now is just, the cannabis salve and some honey and some smoking flower. And I haven't even taken an ibuprofen in like over 6 months. Like I'm trying to quit drinking, and I've had like 2 beers in the last 2 months. And yeah, it feels like just getting rid of all that other shit and just sticking with cannabis has been really great. And then on top of starting to grow now too, that's been really therapeutic. And I come home from work and just chill with the plants and hang out with them, smoke a bowl and relax and see how they're doing while I was gone all day. And it's really nice. Do you make cannabis honey?
Right. I don't, but it sounds like I should. I enjoy honey for a lot of other reasons, and man, adding cannabis to it would be just one more reason to use it. It's good for an antibacterial purposes and a quick pick me up. Anything that's sweetened with honey for to me, anyways, affects me with an extra zing. You know what I mean? More than any like a sugar or corn syrup or anything like that. it,
Right.
it tends to just really double it down for me. So yeah, I'm interested. Thanks for sharing the process.
Yeah, and I actually just posted a video on my 420 TV channel like a day or two ago showing how I made my last batch of honey. And like I said, it's super simple, and I'm not the greatest with like cooking and baking all the time. Like, my first time doing recipes, I usually fuck it up, but once I started doing it, I was like, oh, this is, pretty fucking simple. As long as you don't boil it too high. And like the very first batch I did, I kept checking on the water at like every 15, 20 minutes. I was like, oh, we're good, we're good. So for the last like 40 minutes, I didn't check on the water to make sure it didn't all boil away. And apparently within that last 40 minutes, it all just like evaporated. So when my timer went off, like, oh, honey's done, I went and looked and like there was no water left. I was like, fuck, I wonder how long has this shit been on with no water in here. I don't know if that affected anything, but so yeah, that's like one tip I have if you're doing it in the double boiler. I try to keep the heat on. I have a gas stove, not electric. I don't know if that makes a difference either, but I keep the flame like between low and medium. It's just so it's like a real low boil, and make sure you check on that water like every 20 minutes so you're not like running out of water, because it seemed like it was boiling at a decent, or evaporating at a decent speed, and then all of a sudden it just like disappeared all at once. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's, cooking and cannabis can go like that sometimes. Just in general, I do that when I'm making, well, when I'm just making dinner, I can have that brain fart, especially cooking on the grill. Holy shit. They have that space off moment where you're just sitting at the table, you're looking at that joint, go, man, this tastes really good. Then you kind of get that whiff of like smoke that comes through
Right.
the door. You're like, holy shit. Oh,
Yeah, I hate like trying
definitely.
to figure out like getting things timed out when you're making several things all at once. Like when I'm trying to make dinner and it's like I've got like the main meat or whatever going, and then I got to make like a side and maybe like another side, and I'm like each thing takes a different amount of time and cooks at a different temperature, and I'm like as I'm cooking trying to like plan it all out in my head, like okay, I got to start this at this time and then this at this time, and it's a fucking pain in the ass. But I'm getting better at it though, when I can
So
actually
I
get my
guess we
kid to
should
fucking eat some normal food. I swear, like my
that
kid would live
in.
on chicken strips if I let her.
Uh, my kids think that's what I live on. That's kind of funny. Um, so I guess we should go rewind here a little bit. So when did cannabis come into your life, if you don't mind sharing? When and where did you see when did you first smoke, or when was the first time you kind of seen it? Whichever came first, I guess.
So the first time I seen it was I was really really little. I was probably like 5 or 6, and my auntie Sue, she was the biggest pothead in the world. Like I actually eventually want to get to the point where I can breed my own seeds and shit, and I'd like to breed a strain and name it after her. I just think that'd be awesome. Just like she was always a big pothead, but obviously she didn't tell me that when I was real little, but I found out when I was older, like she smoked, a couple of my uncles smoked, like all my fucking cousins are smokers, my brother smokes, and they were all older than me, like all my cousins and stuff, because I was the very youngest out of 17 grandkids. So it's like everybody was always older than me and doing shit that, smoking weed and stuff, and I didn't really know about it when I was little. I just thought they were smoking cigarettes and stuff all the time. But I vividly remember I was like 5 years old and I walked into my aunt's trailer, and she was sitting, 'cause she'd always be smoking her little metal pipe and shit on the couch, playing video games and stuff. So I walk in and I apparently she didn't expect me to come into the house. So she's sitting there smoking on the couch, and I just remember seeing her like go as fast as she could and like rip the pipe away from her mouth and try to like shove it into the couch and like hold the smoke in and not blow it out the whole time I'm standing there, and like she's just like like trying to not choke to death holding the smoke in. And when I seen her like shove the pipe into the couch, I like immediately I'm like, huh, you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, and now I want to know what are you doing. Like it kind of intrigued me. And I think it's somehow sometime after that I found out what it was. I think I was probably talking to my other like cousins and stuff, like, oh, I saw Auntie Sue doing this, blah blah blah, and like we, I probably figured out at some point like what it actually was, but when I first saw it, I didn't really know, but I knew if she was doing something that she didn't want me to see. And apparently like I said, all my cousins and shit, they used to smoke all the time. And my brother told me as I got older, and I told him that I smoked weed, and we started smoking together because he's 10 years older than me and shit. So like, he was out of the house and all that for a big portion of my life, like the time that I would be like smoking weed and shit, he was already out of the house. So fuck, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked and I'm really high. um what was I saying? Oh,
We were
anyway, so my
talking about,
yeah, so like my brother would
go.
tell me, because I would always like go everywhere with him when I was real little, because my mom was either working, or if she wasn't at work, she was out at the bar or doing pool leagues, bowling, whatever the fuck else. So we were basically just like left to do whatever the fuck we wanted. And my brother, being a teenager, and is like, basically, as long as he kept me alive and safe and shit, it's all good. He could do whatever the hell he wanted. So um he told me like anytime we'd be like walking to the bus stops or going wherever, he'd be like, "Oh, go ahead, you can run ahead of me," because you know how little kids love to, run around and be first in line and like ahead of everybody, like, "Oh, I'm so much faster than you." So he'd be like, "Yeah," like encouraging me, "Go run ahead." He's like, "Yeah, I was doing that so we could all be in the back smoking joints and shit." Like, so like they were always like smoking around me, but um I didn't really know about it. And then in 8th grade, so when I was 13, um, it was like the first month or two into 8th grade, me and a couple of my friends, we used to hang out in the alley behind the middle school, and we'd smoke cigarettes and shit between the garages, because our school had security that would like drive around and shit in the morning and try to catch people smoking and shit, and they'd take our cigarettes and call our parents and shit. So we'd all like dip behind the garages, and like we'd hide our cigarettes in the cinder blocks and shit and underneath garbage cans, because like who the fuck's gonna be looking under their garbage can? So, or inside of like random cinder blocks around garages. So we'd stash all our shit in there and just meet up in the morning and smoke and stuff before school. So one day we were all chilling, smoking cigarettes before school, and my friend Brett showed up, and he's like, "Hey, I got something." And he pulls out this like little fucking piece of foil, and it's got like this green shit all packed in there. He's like, "Look, I got some weed. You guys want to smoke?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, like fuck it, let's try it." I was like, it's probably similar to, it can't be too much worse than cigarettes. Fuck it, let's smoke. So he pulled out a foily pipe that he made out of just like aluminum foil, Reynolds wrap, and he shaped it into a little pipe and packed that up. And it was like me, him, and like two other people, and we're just in between these garages smoking. And it was like, I know a lot of people say they don't get high the first time, but I got high as fuck. And it was like after, I don't think the first hit, but like after the second hit, like I just like felt this awesome rush, like from my head down to my feet. Like I just felt really good and awesome, and things just seemed different, like than it normally did. And I was like, whoa. And like I could still remember like the way it smelled, the way it tasted. Like it was just some shitty like brick weed, and a mixture of the aluminum foil taste. But yeah, so we smoked that, and then I went to school, and I don't remember much of the day, but I do remember I was in my math class, and my friend was like sitting behind me, and she was like making a motion on the fucking desk where there was like a bar that connected uh the chair to like the thing underneath that holds your books. So she's like, "Hey, look at this." And she's like making it look like she's jerking the desk off. And I thought it was like the funniest shit in the world. And I laughed so hard that I fell out of my fucking desk. And the teacher walks over and he just kind of looks at me and turns his head sideways like a dog. And he's kind of got like a grin on his face, like he knew what the fuck was happening. And he's just like, "You okay there?" I was like, "Yep, I'm good." And I get up, sit back in my chair, and he just kind of shakes his head and goes back to his desk. And he doesn't say anything to me about it. Um, yeah, I just remember it making me feel really good. And uh, I was laughing a lot. Like I thought like the stupidest shit was so funny. And um, I've never been that high ever again. Like where I'm just like laughing at every little thing and just, you know, yeah, that's basically
I
how it was the first time.
I don't know. I giggled when you said when it looked like she was jerking off the desk. I giggled. I
Right.
I'm not even there. I guess maybe the kid in me or whatever, but I still, yeah. It sounds funny as shit. I can imagine how hard you must have laughed, it being your first time, smoking. You probably thought that shit was incredibly fun.
See, that's what I love seeing on your show is like no matter what age anybody is on this show, like dicks are always funny. Like it's like every time motherfucking Thomas like starts drawing dicks on your screen, it's like, oh my god. I'm gonna be like 80 years old still laughing at dicks. I don't care.
I got a buddy of mine that does tattoos, and there's I guess one of the reserves I have these days is don't get to know your tattoo guy. But there's a bunch of us that hang out, quite a bit at the shop, and I've seen that cat a couple of times bury dicks in tattoos, just suddenly.
That's fucking awesome.
And you could look at it and you'd be like, you don't see it, do you? And I'll be like, no. And he'd be like, right there. And I'll be like, oh shit. That's too funny.
That's
He had
funny.
one friend of ours one day, he was on his back. He was putting on like this Viking face, and he fucking the nose was a dick, and we kept telling him, there's a dick in it, and he no 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 no, and it was just drawn in there with marker. You know what I mean? It wasn't the actual tattoo. He just kind of drew it in there. And I took a picture of it and showed it. And oh man, he stayed around almost all day long into the night. Just, you're going to fix this, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm coming back tomorrow. He comes back tomorrow. He's like, how come you didn't fucking tell me that was just marker? All day long. It took him the longest time to believe it was there. Then once a few pictures were taken. Yeah, it was, yeah, he's a funny fucker with the dicks.
That's
Definitely.
funny. I used to work at an online bondage store, and like I didn't have to deal with the public, thank God. It was all online, like a warehouse. We ship it out. That's most I had to deal with was the post office guy. But so once in a like all over the fucking website, it says right there, like we ship discreetly. Like that's the first fucking thing you see, discreet all over the motherfucking website. And the customers will still leave a note like, make sure you ship it discreetly, blah blah blah. I'm like, dumbass, did you even read the website? So now just because of that, I'm gonna draw a tiny little dick somewhere on this fucking shipping box, and here it's coming to your house.
That's funny. That's funny. uh, so I guess dicks aside. um, so where did we go with cannabis from there? Was it an everyday thing? Once a week? How did it go?
So after the first time, it was pretty much whenever my friends had it, like through 8th grade, I didn't buy any myself. It was just like, once in a while, Brett was always the dude that would show up with weed in the morning, like maybe once or twice a month. Like he'd be like, "Hey, I got some weed, let's smoke." So, that's pretty much how it was in 8th grade. And like we almost got caught one time. We were between those garages and shit smoking, and one of the guys that lived in the house comes out and he's like, "Hey, what are you kids doing?" And two of the people that were with us took off running, and me and Brett just like kind of slowly started putting our shit away and tried to like walk away like nothing happened. And the guy's like, "Hey, no, come here, I'm not gonna like tattle on you, I just want to talk to you for a second." So we walked over, like, "What's up?" And he's like, "If you guys are gonna smoke over here, that's fine, just don't make a mess. Like, don't leave soda bottles or whatever on the floor or on the ground, and just keep it clean, and I won't call the cops, so you guys can smoke over here as much as you want." It's like, okay, that's a fucking fair deal. So that was pretty cool that, we knew we had a spot that we could always go to and not have to worry about them calling the cops on us in the morning or calling the school. um I think it was like maybe like 10th grade I started smoking more and more. um well, actually, so like around like 9th grade I really started drinking a lot. So like all through high school I would go between like drinking and smoking weed and like basically doing whatever that I could get my hands on. And it was like super, it was easier for me to drink than it was to smoke weed because I had access to alcohol all the time. Like I don't know how it is in other states, but it seems like everybody here, like if you have a decent basement, you have a bar in your basement. Like everybody's fucking family has a bar in their basement here. And with my parents being big drinkers, like they did most of their drinking at the bar, but they always kept a fully stocked bar at home too, which they didn't really touch the liquor except when they had like parties when their friends would come over. So when they were at home, they mostly drank like the beer and wine and all the wine and shit that they actually made at home too. Uh, I actually got to help them make grape wine a couple times and dandelion wine, which I never actually got to try that one because the glass jar that it was fermenting in or whatever fucking shattered while it was like almost done. So we didn't get to try that one. And I ended up picking all the motherfucking dandelions for that wine. I had to pick like thousands of dandelions from the field down the street. And my stepdad was like, "I'll pay you a penny a dandelion." I was like, "Okay, that's a deal." Until you start picking dandelions, you realize, fuck, this is a lot of fucking dandelions for a penny a piece. So I got smarter after that. Like I started asking for more money than that shit. but but anyways, so because they didn't drink the liquor at the house unless they had friends over like a couple times a year for like, 4th of July party or Memorial Day parties, shit like that. So I could take like liquor and they wouldn't notice because they hardly ever looked at it. They like, are you going to remember how much liquor you had in that bottle 6 months ago? Like, I mean, if, a couple inches of it was missing, would you even notice? You know what I'm saying? So I would just like empty out water bottles and fill up, liquor in the bottle and take it to school with me and like carry it around in my cargo pockets and shit and drink in class, like whatever. Because it was like I said, it was on hand. I could fucking take as much as I want, like whenever I want, and they're not gonna fucking notice. And I know that they're gonna restock it after their next party, so I'm good. And like I said, it was because weed is illegal and all that shit, it's harder to find. So I didn't really I didn't really get to buy weed a lot throughout high school, and then also like not having money for weed either, like because I smoked cigarettes, so I had to put money towards cigarettes almost every day. And Like I'd get, I think my mom would give me like $3 a day for lunch money because it was like $2 for the lunch and then $1 for like an extra milk or whatever the fuck they had. So I'd save up I just wouldn't eat lunch and I'd save up my lunch money, and then by the end of the week I'd have like, 15 bucks or whatever, and I could spend that on a couple packs of cigarettes because cigarettes were only like 3.50 a pack back then. And so I'd buy a couple packs of cigarettes, and can't really buy weed with 15 bucks, or not 15, so 15 minus I'd only have like $5 left over. I mean, yeah, I could buy a little tiny nickel sack, but I don't know, it was just so hard to find it. And then like my friend, she found out that her mom smoked. This was probably like, I think this was 10th grade when we found out her mom smoked. She like accidentally found her mom's weed in the basement because her mom would like stash it on some shelf over by the laundry, and the family computer was down in the basement. So, we'd be hanging out in the basement all the time, just doing whatever on the computer. And she happened to be looking on that shelf one day and found her mom's weed. And it was like really good weed too that she found, like shit that we had never seen, because like everything we had been smoking was like the shitty brick weed and stuff. But the stuff that she found from her mom, it was like so green, and it had all these red hairs all over it. It smelled amazing. And like we would, when you hit it, like it almost looked like it would like turn like a yellowish color. And man, we got so fucking high smoking that shit, like compared to the shitty weed that we were used to smoking. We smoked this like 2 hits and we was like, holy shit, like this is way better. And then it was awesome too, because once she found out that her mom smoked and she found her stash, she's like, now I got free access to weed, because what's my mom gonna do? Like confront me and then she'd have to admit that she smokes? Like she's not gonna do that. So she'd fucking pinch off her mom's weed. Like for a long time she did that until her mom finally like admitted to her that she smoked. And then I think they started smoking together after that, which is kind of weird and cool. But um and I had another friend, like her mom smoked, and I actually smoked with her once, and I thought it was like the coolest thing to like smoke with my friend's mom, because she had like a cool mom. Like, she didn't care what you did as long as, you don't hurt yourself or something. And so I got to smoke with her one time, and I don't know what kind of weed she had, but we smoked it in a little metal pipe. And I remember it was New Year's Eve, and I was at my friend's house, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go take a shower real quick. So do you just want to hang out in the kitchen with my mom?" I was like, "Okay." So I sitting there, and her mom just comes over, and she just stops and kind of looks at me, and her eyes kind of get low, and she looks at me and she goes, "You want to smoke some weed with me?" I was like, yeah." Like, yeah, let's do it. So we smoked, and then by the time we were done, my friend came out of the shower, and like me and her mom are just in the kitchen talking and laughing. And my friend, she wasn't a smoker at all. And she was just like, "Oh, you guys are fucking idiots." And like she would always just like talk shit to people who smoked weed and like call us dumb and all this stuff. Like I noticed a lot of my friends that didn't smoke weed, like they were cool with us, but then when we would smoke weed, they would like talk shit to us, like me and my other smoker friends, you know what I'm saying? Like they would always like talk about it like it's this bad thing, but then they would go and get drunk and stuff all the time, and they still do that. Like some of them would get mad at me after I had my daughter, and they'd be like, "Oh, you should come out and come drink and blah 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 blah." And it's like a Thursday night, and they would like get mad because I won't go and drop my kid off so I can go out and drink on a Thursday night or something. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, fuck you guys. Like, you guys should understand. And some of them have kids. It's like, dude, you should understand. Like, kids are more important than going out and drinking. But I forgot what the original question was here.
Well, I think we were just basically talking about where you went with cannabis after that first time.
Oh
Kind of
yeah.
squirrel.
Dude, I still don't know to
um,
this day what the fuck was in this weed that I smoked, but it was like I think it was my junior year and I didn't really know this kid. Like I knew who he was and he was like friend of a friend and we had like 20 minutes before school started and we are just like hanging out outside and he comes over and he's like, "Hey, anybody want to come smoke a bowl?" I was like, "Fuck yeah." Like I said, anybody got free drugs? I will not turn it down. So it's like, "Yeah, let's go smoke." So we go in the alley behind the high school and it was like me, him, this dude Mike, and I think there was one other kid. Oh yeah, my friend Kelly came with, but she didn't actually smoke. She just came like just to hang out with us. So we walked like halfway down this alley and just ducked behind some garbage cans and he's got like a metal pipe already packed and it's got one of those tops on it where it's just got the hole on the top and you can't really see what's inside and but the flame can still go through it. So we I only took like 2 hits off the shit and all of a sudden I just started like blacking out. It was really weird. And we're walking down that all of a sudden like I blacked out. Next thing I know I come to and we're on our way back to school and I'm like we're almost to the end of the alley and I can see the school building. I was like, what? I just like stopped in my tracks and I looked around like what the fuck? How did I just get here? It was like I teleported. It was fucking weird. So then I blacked out again and next thing I know, I'm like sitting outside of the school on the side of the on the side where the attendance office area is, because there was like one, two, three. There's like 6 or 7 different doors you can go into. So I'm just like sitting on the side of the building by this one, on the ground, like just feeling like shit. And like I said, I was just like blacking out of nowhere. And all of a sudden like I'm upstairs at my locker and my 2 friends who I shared a locker with, they're just like I'm already at the locker and they come walking up towards the locker and apparently like I looked sick as fuck and they looked at me and they're like, "Are you okay?" And as soon as they said that, I fucking puked all over the floor in front of the locker and they were just like, "What the fuck?" And the art teacher like seeing this happening and she comes over like, "Is everything okay? Let's get you down to the office and call your parents." Like I was like, "All right, let's go down to the office." And I seen Mike like walking down the hallway and I was like, "Dude, what the fuck was in that shit?" And he goes, "I don't even know where the fuck I am." And then he keeps walking. I was like, "Okay." And then like the administrator comes upstairs, takes me down to the office, and I remember like I could like barely walk down the fucking stairs. Like I felt like my legs were like rubber. It was weird. Kind of like when I did shrooms one time. Like when I actually ate shrooms, my legs felt like they were just like fucking rubber when I was trying to walk down the stairs. That's kind of what this felt like. But yeah, so they called my stepdad, he picked me up, I went home, dry heaved for like 30 minutes and then passed out for like 5 hours in my bed, woke up with just feeling like shit. Still have no idea what the fuck happened, but yeah, that was not a fun experience with that bowl.
so I guess, has it always been recreational, or at some point do you think it's kind of switched over to medical use? It's weird how we have to draw that line, but I think at some point it does kind of, you get an aha moment that it isn't just all right.
um well, I hear a lot of people say like even if you're using it as recreational, you're still using it medicinally. And even though I didn't know it at the time, I know that in high school I was smoking weed and drinking and stuff because I did want to feel better. because like I didn't know until a couple years ago I was finally diagnosed with uh, complex PTSD, and I was like, as soon as I was diagnosed with that, it like clicked. I was like, wow, it all fucking makes sense now. Like, but I feel like that's basically why I was doing all that shit was, trying to deal with the symptoms of that, because when I drink and smoke and whatever else, like, I didn't have to deal with all these shitty feelings I had and all these other symptoms. And so I probably was using it medicinally, the whole time. I just didn't realize it. And now I definitely, like, I'm to the point now where, I can go to work and not have to fucking get baked on every single break that I have now. Like, I used to take weed with me, and, every 2 hours, oh, it's break time. Okay, I gotta go and smoke a bowl, smoke a bowl, smoke a bowl. Like, now I don't really have to fucking do that with, especially with growing. Like, um, I don't know. I feel like it's been so therapeutic that I can use it more medicinally now instead of just like trying to get baked all the time. I can use the growing as a form of therapy. Like I feel like I smoke a lot less now, where like I said, I can come home and smoke one bowl and just chill with the plants and be good for a while. I don't have to sit here and smoke and smoke and smoke. And then, like with the edibles, I don't get high out of my mind on edibles, but I do get the medicinal benefits from it throughout the day. And then like the topicals too that I've been using, like, I only use it when I need to. I don't just like put it on all the time. But I used to
I
smoke a lot.
definitely
Like, it used to be like super recreational too. Like, I don't know, like, especially like after high school, when after I got a job and had my own place and all my friends smoked that I was hanging out with, and I could just like smoke as much as I wanted whenever. Like, we would
you can
buy.
you have to grow out of that because I guess it's another thing I guess I haven't grown out of yet because I still smoke an incredible amount of weed. Probably more than I should, I guess, but I do smoke a lot to this day. A lot. But I don't know. So can I ask roughly what you do? I guess, and as far as like work goes, I mean, it's fair to ask, I guess.
Oh, for right now, I work in a warehouse. I don't really want to say what the business is because it'd be easy to
Oh yeah,
figure out
no,
what it
no,
is.
no.
But yeah, I do. I work in a warehouse, and I've been there for 5 years, and I'm at the point where I'm just so sick of working for other people and being fucked over and over and over again by companies. And like, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it, but I don't
No,
know.
no.
I'm
I
at a
guess the
point
only
where
reason,
within the next year I plan on like having my own business up and running. I'd like to open some kind of smoke shop slash like stoner store, I guess you can call it. Like, I don't really know what to call it, but I got a whole thing planned out in my head, and I've been coming up with business plans and all this stuff, and I plan to have it up and running hopefully within the next, it's May. I want to have it running by next April, but we'll see.
I guess why I asked it because I guess some jobs just require cannabis. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's why I guess I asked. So good, just to kind of clarify the smoking that, on every break, because like I said, some jobs just require cannabis on breaks. I think, roofing's one of them jobs, laying tile. I could see warehouse work, pulling orders. I could see that being a good thing, kind of just being in the zone and just headphones on, concentrating on that pull order or whatever. Yes, I could see that being a good thing in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I have gone to work high as fuck. Like I usually am first thing in the morning because I smoke before I leave. So when I first get there, I am pretty high, and it does make work a lot better. But see, like my boss has smelled it on people because dumbasses will park their car right by the front door and smoke with their windows open, thinking it's okay. It's like, dude, like it's not legal here. It's not. I mean, what the fuck is what are you doing, man? Like park at the other side of the parking lot. So, because they were doing this, the managers are like really cracking down on like if they smell it on you, you're gonna get written up or possibly fired now. They were like, if you want to do what you want to do at home, that's fine. But if we smell it on you at work, like, we're not fucking having it. And it sucks because, yeah, it does make that, especially that job, a lot easier to fucking do. But I don't know. I just, I enjoy the fact that I don't have to smoke as much because it saves me money. And it's I was gonna say, like, listening to your show and like other grow shows and stuff, like the Future Cannabis Project, like they do live streams and stuff. Like I'll listen to them and Smart Poker. Listening to shit like that while I'm at work, like it's weird. Like it I don't know if it tricks my brain into like thinking I'm getting stoned with everybody because everybody's sitting there like smoking and talking about smoking and growing and all this shit. But I feel like just listening to that while I'm at work all day, it makes it so I don't have to get baked, if that makes sense.
Well, all right. Well, I don't know how it works, but if it works, I'm all for it. I'm kind of related back to the cannabis and work thing. I've heard a lot of very intelligent people, cannabis supporters, speak and say, well, do you want your doctor smoking? Do you want your, whatever pilot smoking? And I think to myself, even as we speak, I'm like, yes, yes.
Yeah, if
Hey,
they're a
if that's
regular
what it
user,
takes, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You know what I mean? I think anybody that takes their profession seriously, you know what I mean, isn't going to necessarily hinder what they do purposely. But if they, need it to for medical reason or to take that edge off or whatever, people have bad days. People fucking have bad days. Lives can be fucked up. You know what I mean? If he's had an argument just prior surgery or that flight, fuck yeah, blaze that joint, dude. Settle it down. I'm already leery enough as I go in for surgery when they have to put a fucking X on my fucking leg or whatever the fuck they're working on. You know what I mean? That's already terrifying me. Moreover, if I would prefer there be a good vibe in that room while they're working on me. You know what I mean? Some smiles in the air, some shit. You know what I mean? I don't want gloom and doom vibe while everybody's working on me or whatever. I'm for it.
Right. Yeah, I wish it was like so you were allowed to smoke at work. Like if it doesn't affect your work, then you should be able to do it, especially if it's medicinal too. Like people can take uh you know Adderall and shit like that and go to work, and that's fine. But I can't smoke a little weed and go to work.
I think that, let's be honest, I think it happens every fucking day, and that just we're they're ashamed to admit it. In the early 20s, there, alcohol was coffee. You know what I mean? Coffee wasn't always coffee. Everybody didn't always wake up and fucking have a cup of coffee. you know, in the early 1900s, the early 1920s, they were having fucking beer for breakfast. You know, they were consuming a pint of ale before they went to work and shit, and that was just accepted. You know what I mean? And again, you put the two side by side, I feel much safer kind of working by the canvas user. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
That's just me. But anyways. So I guess what led you to the cultivation side?
Well, the first time I grew was I'm trying to think what year that was. Like 2009-ish, I want to say. And I grew because for one, I wanted to save money. I was like, fuck it, if I can grow my own, then I don't have to spend as much money on it. And then I also wouldn't have to like I didn't really have good like really good connections back then. So it was like, sometimes I'd be hitting up the weed man for fucking days and days, like, because they'd be like, oh, I got you. And then they wouldn't answer their phone. And like, all right, now I'm texting around, calling around to everybody else, like, you know where I can get some, you know where I can get some. Like I bought weed through a fucking basement window one time. Like it was weird. The dude's like, "Yeah, just go to this house and walk up in the yard and go to this basement window by this bush." And he fucking just handed it through the window. But but yeah, it was just like really sometimes it was hard to find, and it was getting more expensive too because by then I had discovered good weed. Because before, when I first started smoking, we were smoking like the really shitty brick weed. And then around like 2007 ish, I started finding what they used to call it mids. Like we could either find brick, mids, or dro. Dro was like everything was dro. If it was really good, it was dro. Like it didn't matter if it was actually grown in hydro or whatever, because I think that's what dro meant was it was hydro. But everybody here, it was like if it's good shit, it's dro. If it's in between, it's mids. If it's the shit, fucking you gotta pick it with a ice pick and shit because it's so hard. And I actually had some weed break my fucking grinder one time. It was so hard. Um, But yeah, so I was like, fuck it, I can, with how expensive my weed was getting, because I had discovered mids, and then one of our friends, he would get it once in a while, was the dro, and that's when I started learning like different strain names. Like he would just buy like a 16th at a time, so it was like 30-40 bucks for a 16th of the shit at the time. And I remember one was like called Yoda. Like he would just like write it on the plastic baggie, and like one said it was like Yoda. Uh, I had White Widow one time. That was like the best weed I ever smoked. That shit was so good. I'd like to get a hold of that again. But I can't remember all the other strains, but I remember those two for sure. And so I was like, fuck it, with how expensive it was, and we were living with a bunch of people that like a lot of people didn't have jobs. It was just we had like a flop house going, and we had friends that would stay there, and it was always like at least like 5 or 6 people in the apartment at a time. And if I'm smoking my weed, I guess everybody's smoking, regardless if they haven't pitched in the last fucking 6 months. You know what I'm saying? But that's cool. Um, so it was getting expensive, and I was like, fuck it, like let's try to figure out how to grow it. But we didn't really know much about growing because um, it wasn't as big as it is now. There wasn't like YouTube how-to videos and Reddits and all this other shit telling you how to do it. And we were also paranoid to even like search online to figure out how to do it because we figured like, oh, if we search for this shit, like the feds are going to show up at our house, and because they're going to know that we were searching for it. And they're gonna fucking put us in jail forever for this one plant that we grew one time. So I was like, couldn't look online for anything. So we would go to Barnes and Noble because it was like the only bookstore. And we go there and they had a magazine section and there was like three different weed magazines. There was High Times, there was I think it was called Cannabis Magazine or Cannabis Culture Magazine, something like that. I don't know. I remember it had a big C on it. And then there was some kind of like medical cannabis magazine. So we would go to Barnes and Noble and we were too scared to buy the magazines most of the time too. So we would stand there in the magazine aisle and grab the weed magazines and put them inside of like cooking magazines and sports magazines and just sit there and read them real quick. Like, we'd sit there for like an hour flipping through, trying to get grow tips, like whatever they'd have in there, trying to figure out how to do all this shit. Um, and then I remember there was like a book called the Canna Bible or something like that, and it had like all these different strain names. Um, and I think there was like, I think at one point I ended up buying some kind of grow book. I can't remember what it was, but it seems familiar, so I might have had one at one time. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the Canna Bible for some reason. But but yeah, so that's basically the only knowledge I had to go from was like whatever we could find in those few magazines here and there that like what every month or two they'd get a new High Times magazine or whatever. Um, so then I ended up finding about a year later, we moved and I ended up finding a stealth computer online. It was like a couple $100 and it was a computer tower and the whole inside was gutted out and replaced with like shiny tape and like some kind of lights and a little fan and um it was basically built to look like a computer tower from the outside. So like if the cops ever busted in, they would assume that it was a computer tower, even though I'm not sure like how they would assume it's a computer tower and not like busted open because like you could see lights coming out of it. And once that little plant went into flower, it smelled so bad in my apartment. Like it was like as soon as I opened the apartment door and the plant was all the way in my bedroom with the door closed like all the time. And you could just like it was like hitting a brick wall and it's just like smelled all the time like you were just like smoking 24/7. I was like, holy shit. So like having it in a stealth tower, like they would have found it like anyways with how bad it smelled. So it didn't matter. And it wasn't really that big. It was probably like maybe 2 feet tall was the how big the tower was. And I think we started with two plants. It was just like regular bag seeds. Man, I was thinking recently about all those seeds that I've thrown away over the years, like back in the day when I'd be cleaning my weed because we'd buy like quarter pounds at a time. And sometimes we'd just like have smoke out parties and just smoke and smoke and smoke all fucking day and all night, blunt after blunt after blunt and bongs and all this other shit. And we had hookahs and all crazy shit and we'd have a bunch of people over just smoking all day. And then other times I'd just like keep an ounce and sell the other three and it'd be like smoking for free a little bit. But but anyways, with how shitty that weed was, there was always so much seeds in it. And I'd sit there and clean it out in my little box and I'd end up with like a shit ton of seeds. Like I'd weigh it out sometimes. It's like I swear there'd be more seeds than actual weed by the end when you're done cleaning that shit. And I used to save them. Like I remember saving them for a long time. Like they'd just be chilling in the box and then I'd start running out of room in my little box to like clean weeds. So then I'd put the seeds somewhere else, like in cigarette packs or something. I don't fucking remember. But we saved them for a long time. I know like sometimes we would just like take some and like just throw them randomly like in like where there was grass and stuff, just to see if it would do anything. And but yeah, I did have a huge bag at one time, like a sandwich bag full, and then I ended up throwing them away when I was getting rid of a bunch of shit. And I was like, fuck it, what am I gonna do with all these seeds? Because I didn't really think to grow at that time, so I threw them away. It's like, man, there was probably like a couple hundred seeds in that fucking bag. They're at some fucking garbage dump here somewhere. If anybody wants to go digging, looking for garbage plants, mutant garbage plants growing. Um, but yeah, so I ended up having a couple from our bags, and I was like, fuck it, let's grow it. So we grew two. One of them ended up being a male. And like I remember coming home from work and I'd have like a little magnifying glass and we were watching, looking to see if the little plant dicks would show up or not. And finally one of them did. So I was like, okay, we got rid of the one. So we ended up with one plant. We really didn't know what the fuck we were doing. Like I said, it was just going by the little bits of information we'd have from those magazines. So we ended up obviously doing it in flour because it smelled so bad. So we managed to get it to grow, and we did like, I guess what it's called now is low stress training. But at the time we didn't know. We were just like, oh, if you tie this plant down, it'll grow bushier instead of taller. So that way you can grow it inside of this stealth power. It's like, that makes sense. So we just knew it as, hey, tie that bitch down so we can keep it short. And so we did that, and it was a funky looking plant, and we didn't get many buds off of it. I don't remember how long we like let it go for. It was a couple months altogether, but I don't remember the exact time range. Um, I think we only got like maybe half an ounce off the plant, and we didn't know how to dry it. We didn't know nothing about cutting it down and hanging it. So we didn't do that. It was basically like we just pulled all the fucking buds off this bitch and threw it into a paper bag and left it on the table for a couple days and thought that's how you cured it. And it smelled good and it looked good, but every time we'd try to smoke it, it was still just like too wet and it didn't want to light very well. And we didn't know anything about like putting it in jars to cure it or anything. So, like I said, it was basically just like we just threw it in this paper bag and left it there for a couple days. And yeah, we didn't get high off the weed, none of that shit. But it was fun growing it. And that was the only time we grew out in there because we ended up moving after that. And then I got pregnant with my daughter. And it was basically like we just focused on that, and it's like we're not worried about growing weed and stuff now. um and then now, fast forward, so that was 2009, 19, so 13 years later, I'm finally growing for my second time now. uh I probably should have started like at the beginning of COVID, but that's fine. um I spent the last 2 years like just listening to all these different live streams and watching videos, especially listening to your show. Like, I enjoy listening to all the different people's opinions and how they grow and taking little bits of information from how everybody does their thing and trying to incorporate it into what I do and what I feel is right for my plant and my environment and all that shit. Um, so yeah, just like listening to all that stuff the last 2 years, I feel like it helped a lot, like with starting. At first I was like, fuck, I don't know what I'm doing, but now that and I still kind of feel like that uh, now that I'm growing, like sometimes I'm like, man, I hope I'm doing this right. Like every time I do a tie down on my plant, I'm like, is it too soon to do one? Is it tall enough? Should I let it go taller? Is this the right thing? Like, I'm still thinking about those things, wondering if I'm doing it right, but I feel more confident in it than I did when I had no information to go off of besides a magazine. I've got 3 blue raspberry truffle F2s going. Shout out to Purple Thumb. They're his babies. I started with a 2x2 and I was like, fuck it. I'd like to have a veg tent and a flower tent. So I ended up buying a 4x4. The 2x2 is a Spider Farmer. I bought that as like the full kit. So it came with the Spider Farmer SF1000 with the dimmer on it, and a fan and all that shit. And then the 4x4 is a Mars Hydro. I just bought the tent because I was like, fuck it. I'll just, it would be slightly cheaper to just buy it in pieces for what I need since I already have like extra ducting and all that shit or whatever the fuck you call it. And then I ended up buying, I think I made a mistake though. I bought 2 more SF1000s, but I bought the 2 that don't have dimmers on it, which I don't really like because I kind of like being able to, dim the light down and stuff. So right now, I just basically got, because the plants are still kind of small, I got 3 of them running under just the one light. And then once they start getting a little bigger, then I can spread them out in the tent and like have one under each light. I'm assuming that should work pretty well. And then hopefully by the time these ones are done, I should be able to have like a different light or something that works better for that tent. Or I might actually what I got to do is put one of the SF100 or 1000s back in the 2x2. So I got a veg light and then probably get one of those lights that are like longer, instead of square. So it'd be like a 2x4 type light. I think that would probably be better instead of buying 2 small lights. Yeah, I'm just kind of figuring this tent thing out. Yeah, it's nice watching the videos and stuff and it kind of helps, but you don't really figure it all out until you actually start doing it yourself. Like the first time I started setting up my tent, I was like, man, this is so confusing. How did they do that in that video? Because like a lot of times they skip over a lot of like tiny details that you wouldn't think were important, like how to hang up those little fucking ropes that come with the latches that you attach to the light, you know what I'm saying? It's like they don't a lot of people don't show you how to use those, and like those other straps that you can wrap around your carbon filter, like most people don't show you how they did that. They're just like, oh, here it is, it's all done, ta-da. How did you do it? I don't know, figure it out, bro. So I moved things around in my 2x2 like 3 or 4 times before I finally like was happy with the way it was. And then I ended up pulling it all down and putting the shit in my 4x4 because I figured I might as well put it all in there now, get those babies into flower, and then I need to get a couple more seeds started because I'd like to figure out how to keep a perpetual grow going. So like, start the veg cycle in the 2x2 and then switch them over to the 4x4. But I got to figure out somewhat of the timing on it so I can have the harvest done and before I have to put the veg into the flower tent.
Holy cow, that thing's long. So as far as the perpetual goes, I always offer the advice of I don't know, where you're at here in Michigan, any whole household has the option to grow 12 plants. So I always suggest, if you have the option to start all at once, or if you're starting from seed, to drop all at once. And then hopefully femmes, because at this point you don't really want to waste any time. But get everything going, and then as soon as you can, the plants are able, a month and a half in, you should be able to shoot for into flower. You'll get a little crop at the first round, but it's up and running. And then from there after 30 days, throw another one in. I hear you have 2 tents there. You don't necessarily need a tenant area for, veg or to get seeds started. They can be in a 24-hour environment or under just a small lamp or, whatever light you could come up with. So just get them going outside of somewhere else and then use the 2 tents for your flower area. Launch 4 off into flower, and then you can actually veg the other 8 if you have to in that other tent there. And then 30 days later, start that other tent into flower and then just pull the other ones back. And then from there on, just take cuts from those final 4s. And then every month, every 30 days thereafter, you should be able to pretty much pull 4 down, and put 4 in.
I feel like
That's how I got started.
I wonder if my plants are like growing really slow or something then, because you're saying like a month in you could flip them to flower, but mine are still like so small. If I flipped them right now, like I don't think I'd really, I don't know, because like everything I've watched, they say like when you flip it, they double in size. And if they doubled right now, they're still tiny. I don't know.
Well, that first crop, you know what I mean? When I say that first, 30 days, they will be kind of small. But when you're thinking your next time, when you're putting the next 30 days, when you're putting those into flower, those had been vegged now for 60 days. You know what I mean? Before they're into flower. So the next round, they should be bigger. And throughout that system, you should have, 4 that have been kind of leaned back that whole time. And they should honestly be having, a month or 2 veg time before you're, flipping them and hanging them back. It's an easy system to get into.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, and I don't know why I was assuming like for the veg and stuff that I'd have to like put it in the tent. I figured like basically let them go in there in the 2x2 until it's like filled, and then that's when I'd put it in the 4x4, because then it would like mostly fill up the 4x4 then, wouldn't it? Once you flip it to flower.
Yeah. 4, I've always heard suggested 4 under a light. That's the way I was always pretty much taught, was the quad type system. And that's ideal for, my system for a 4x4. So I don't know. I always found 4 in a 4x4 to be optimal.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure how big these plants were gonna get or anything when I first started, so I only started with 3 seeds because I didn't want to like pop all 10 and then, oh shit, I don't have room now, you know what I'm saying?
You can always kind of cut back. So what are you growing in? What kind of medium are you in? Soil or cocoa?
Yeah, I just bought a bag of Fox Farm soil, the regular one, and just put them in. Well, I started them in solo cups, and then I put them in I don't know what gallon the pot is, but it's the bottom says it's like 11 inches, I think. It's either 11 or 12. And looks like it's almost like when I stick the pot inside of the 5-gallon grow bags that came with the 2x2 tent. It's almost the same size as the grow bag. It's just like slightly smaller. So I assume it's like a 3-gallon pot. So it's just in one of those with soil. Um, I mostly just give it plain water. A few times I've given it like the Fox Farm plant food. Like I did like half of the dose or whatever the directions said, and gave them plant food a few times, but couple people have said like not to give them too much plant food, or especially this early. So past couple weeks, all they've had is water, and they seem to be okay, except one of them, like some of the leaves are like starting to, or they have already for the past like week, they started getting like yellowish and then like turning like brownish black and curling. So I was looking into it, and like it said it could be overwatering or underwatering. So I stopped watering it thinking, okay, let's see if I gave it too much, and that was making it worse. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it more water. Started watering it. It started getting a little better, and then it started getting shitty again. So I'm not sure. I don't have like a pH meter or any of that stuff, so I don't have anything to test my soil or my water. I really didn't plan on doing any of that, but I might have to if this keeps happening. See what the problem is. But it's only the one plant, and I've been treating all three basically the same. Like for my watering, I just like stick my finger in the soil about an inch and a half, and if it feels dry, then I water it. If it still feels kind of moist, then I leave it alone. And it's working great for the two, but it's just the one that's like, nope, fuck you. I'm gonna turn brown and yellow and crispy. So we'll see, because like it seems to only be a couple of the leaves. It's not like all of them. It's like all the new ones, the little bunches that are growing down towards the bottom of the stem. Like those are looking fine for the most part. Like I think a few of them have like a tiny little like yellow on the very tip of the leaf, but for the most part they look completely healthy. It's just a few of the leaves are not happy. And that plant is also much smaller. It seems like the leaves and stuff that it's producing are way smaller than the other two plants. I think you might be muted if you're talking.
Thank you. I was.
Sorry, I have to
Uh,
have this Zoom app like on the screen that shows the done speaking button, because if I scroll over, for some reason it turns my microphone off, and then it doesn't give me the option to turn it back on unless I go back over to that screen. It's weird. So yeah, I can't see your screen or my screen. All I can see is the microphone button. So if you get silent for too long, I'll
that
say
can make
something.
it a little tough. That can make it a little tough. There we go. I had to switch my headphones there. That's why I was muted. But yeah, it's kind of hard to tell without seeing the plant and the environment. First off, if it's usually one, I want to necessarily think it could possibly be an infestation. First things first, but again, it's hard to say without seeing it and knowing the environment. But I'm more curious, kind of get back to the cultivation thing, because you kind of said, it did kind of help take your mind off things. I think that I say this a lot, I believe that the cultivation side of things is the more medicinal side of in cannabis. And for the most part, I think that's when people actually realize, you know, this is a medicine. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think, there's a lot of reasons why and when, but I think when they start cultivating the plant, I think that's the aha moment for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it seemed like when as soon as I started growing, as soon as the little seeds sprouted up out of the solo cup, and I don't know, it was like I don't really know how to explain it. Like you just have to feel it, I guess. Like it was like as soon as I, started taking care of these little plants, it was, I don't know, I think about them at work. Like I'll be like, I wonder how my plants are doing, and then I think about, okay, when I get home, I'm gonna do this with them, and I think about how, how to make them better and how it's making me better. Like it's weird though. I don't know. I suck at explaining shit sometimes, but I'm sure all the growers know what I'm talking about. Like how you just feel different after you start doing it, and more peaceful, I guess. Like I used to fuck with people on the internet all the time. Like I spent a lot of my COVID vacation becoming a meme lord and trolling the shit out of people, certain people who I'm not gonna like give them any recognition or whatever, but it wasn't like I was just trolling random people, it was specific people. And I used to do that, like I'd spend so much time like doing that shit and like fucking with them and making videos like fucking with people and all this negative shit. And it didn't make me I mean, yeah, it'd make me laugh and my friends laugh like a little bit, but it in the end it wasn't making me feel any better. Like how doing this is like just, ever since I started growing now, it's like I can give two shits about going and fucking with people. Like I don't care. I just want to like grow my plants and listen to everybody else talk about their plants and be peaceful and help each other out. And I don't know, if there's negative shit, just instead of retaliating, I guess I would say, or like fucking with them back, just like ignore it and just like why waste your time and energy on that when you can do something positive. And so if I'm going to be in a cult, then I would rather be in a cannabis cult. And that's what I'm doing. Eagles cannabis cult.
I don't know what to say to that. But as far as cannabis goes, I definitely believe there's a lot of good things that come of it. A lot of great people in the cannabis community for sure. I've been a part of a lot of different things, and by far the best people I've ever met are here. You know what I'm saying? And such a diverse group, you know. There's somebody from every walk of life in these chats, and so many cool people. It's hard to deny in cannabis.
Yeah, that's one thing that's awesome about your show is like you always have somebody different on, and every person, we're all the same in certain ways, but we're all fucking completely different, and our stories are different, our backgrounds are different. And it's awesome how we can all come on here and get along and just like be cool with each other, all because we share that one thing in common, like the plant.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I've talked about quite a bit because I've lost so many people through, pharmaceutical addictions. Um, Cannabis to be, at one point, at some point, yeah, I've got a lot of cannabis dreams for sure. But at one point, like if I ever hit the lotto or whatever, I'd like to set up maybe a hemp farm or a cannabis farm just based to a rehabilitation type atmosphere for people that suffer from opiate addiction or any kind of addiction. To be honest with you, I think it could be a recovery tool for veterans with PTSD, or people that suffer from anxiety. I know for a fact, myself included, I get in the garden, and the the twists and turns that your mind can make, or that nice little circle when you're trying to do something and you can't necessarily make that choice of which direction you want to take. A few minutes in the garden and staring at my plants can stop the spinning of thoughts and help me choose a direction I want to run in for the day. That's for sure. But if, I could help people see that on a wider scale, from a lot of different ailments, I would like to do that. But I kind of heard you mention a little bit alcohol, wanting to kind of get away from the alcohol. Do you think cannabis has a place for, kind of, you know, uh, people that are wanting to come off alcohol and find something better? Not just, again, not just in the place of like a sleight of hand here, quit drinking, um, and smoke weed, because I don't think cannabis in any way is a cure-all like that. But the cultivation side of things, I think that's, if you can get somebody growing in, I think that's where, you know the real rehabilitation side could take place. You know what I mean? You think that's possible with alcohol? I mean, I've seen it happen with pharmaceutical drugs and anxiety and a lot of other ailments, but do you think it's relatable to alcohol?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like if if I didn't have weed, like I wouldn't have been able to stop drinking as much as I was. And I think like smoke, like when you're first coming off of alcohol and other drugs, like, smoking weed or whatever probably would help. But then, like, once you get through all the shitty symptoms of coming off of the other stuff, that's when you probably smoke a little bit less and do more of the cultivation. Maybe it would start helping to do the cultivation then after you get through the initial withdrawal symptoms, if that makes sense. Like, I think the smoking could help, like, because, smoking helps me with nausea, headaches, like all this other shit that it helps with. So, like, I feel like it would be good, especially cravings too. Like, if you're really craving, like, man, I really want to fucking drink or whatever, go smoke a joint. Like, you might not feel like drinking after that. You just want to kind of, especially if you're not used to smoking, smoke that whole joint. You'll just kind of melt into the couch or whatever and chill. And like maybe it'll help people get through their withdrawal symptoms a little easier.
I definitely had a problem with alcohol early on, and definitely my friends that I grew up with, my bestest friend, uh, leaving nameless, if that cat, man, had the shakes. 10th grade, man, he actually had to drink. Before he went to school. And as he grew up, man, it was tough to watch, him go through that with alcohol. Man, he would be the first one to pass out with party, but it was tough to watch. It was definitely tough to watch. And I think that if cannabis could have helped at that time, you know, crazy how I. But me myself, I was terribly addicted to alcohol too. Till my first child, I gave it up with my first child. Second child, tobacco. Third child, I said, all I've got left is cannabis, and I'm not giving it up. I never, I never gave up the cannabis. And,
Well,
still
it's
here
a
today.
good one to keep. I think it's probably the
Gotta
most
have
healthy
something.
one. It's better for you
Yeah.
than sugar and all this other shit that they give you. Like,
So
I've actually been drinking a lot less soda, and that's probably another reason I'm feeling better is I've been drinking basically coffee and water the past like 2 months. Like, before I had to go back to work, I was trying to pass a drug test for a different job, and man, fuck those detox drinks. I spent like $150 between detox drinks and all this shit trying to pass this fucking drug test, quit smoking for a couple weeks, and I still failed miserably. So I don't know if it's just the way my body digests stuff, but that shit did not work. And I tried two different kinds actually, and neither one. I did an at-home test and pissed dirty for both of them. So I would never waste my money on detox drinks again. It's basically going to be like if a job has a drug test, then I guess I don't have that job because I'm not going to give up cannabis just to get a fucking job. Like I shouldn't have to give up my medication to get a job. It's bullshit. Especially when like motherfuckers can go get plastered 12 hours ago and then go to their job interview and be fine. Like that's fine, you know. They can go take a drug test and pass and that's fine. They can go to work drunk and but whatever. Um I forgot what the point of that was. I'm sorry.
Oh, I agree. I'm not afraid to admit cannabis has definitely chose my career path as well. You know, I've
It
just felt
sucks
that
like
way.
looking at job postings right now because like I said, I'm just getting so sick of my job and I would, just in case I see something better between now and getting my business open, like, I keep an eye open and I keep seeing job postings now for like delivery drivers, like trucking companies. And the first thing, like on the title, is like no THC testing, but it's like long ass shifts and ridiculous hours and, you know, stuff that you can't do when you're a single mom. So can't apply to it. But it's just funny that there's so many like delivery drivers for trucking companies that don't test for THC, but the job that I failed the drug test for, it was doing administrative stuff for a trucking company. So it's like I have to pass a drug test to do computer work, but you don't have to pass a drug test to drive this giant fucking truck. Are you serious? Like what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. A little off. You should be able to do both. Uh, it's weird how company policies can sway for something like that. Holy shit,
Yeah,
that's stupid though.
right.
It's hard to believe that they let the driver slide though, but not the computer. Seems like you'd be able to just sit there. Maybe.
Yeah, especially since like it's still illegal in Wisconsin. So like I would assume that truckers would have to pass a drug test, but apparently some companies allow it.
So when did do you start making edibles? I heard you mention while we were talking about honey earlier. Is that the only type of edible? Do you make other edibles? Do you make extracts?
I'm actually just getting into it. I've made butter a couple times, so about like a month, probably like a month ago, I got the idea that I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to make edibles because it's everybody on your, well, not everybody, but a lot of people on your show talk about how beneficial edibles can be. So I was like, fuck it, if I can figure out how to make them and it helps, that's awesome. So I bought the Dabix 2 butter maker. I ended up buying that instead of the magic butter machine. I think it was like $5 cheaper or something, and I'm fucking cheap as hell. So I was like, fuck it, I'll get this one. So I don't know if I either did it wrong or the fucking thing just sucks, but it was supposed to make 2 sticks of butter, and as it was going, like, cause you put the butter, and it says to put water up to the bottom of the little hole. So you put butter and water in there, and then the weed goes in another compartment, and you screw the top on and put it on the flame, and then it's supposed to like once it gets to a certain temperature, it like sucks up through this little tube in the center, and it's supposed to spit your butter out into the top portion. Well, all of a sudden, like, water and shit started like spraying out the side a little bit. So I was like, fuck, I don't think I have it on tight enough. But I was like afraid to put it on too tight because it's like I got to get this thing off too. So I don't want to put it on too tight. So I screwed it on tighter, wiped it off and shit, turned the flame back on. And then it started doing the butter thing where it like sucked it up through the tube and sprayed it into the top. It sounded like it was done because it wasn't spitting anything else out. So I turned it off and poured it into the mold that it came with because it came with like butter stick molds. And it was like I said, it was supposed to fill I was supposed to get 2 sticks of butter out of it. It filled 4 butter stick things, two of two and a half, no, 1.5 of the butter sticks actually worked. The rest of it just ended up being like nasty looking water. So I didn't even get 2 sticks out of it. And the weed I used was really old weed. Because I was just like fucking around with some old shit just to see if it would work for edibles or not. So it wasn't really that potent for me at least. Like I ended up making Rice Krispie treats, but somebody else ate some and they said it worked great for them. So like I said, like everybody's body is different, everybody metabolizes differently, so edibles are going to work differently for every person. So that's why they say to start slow and see how it affects you. So like I ate a big ass thing of Rice Krispie treat. Didn't affect me at all really, and it affected somebody else. So apparently the old weed was still good. But like I said, like the butter, it didn't produce 2 sticks like it said, and it kind of made a mess and ended up with a bunch of nasty looking water and shit too instead of butter. So after that, I was like, I looked online to see how people do it in a double boiler because I had already bought the double boiler for the honey. So I was like, okay, I'll try to make butter in the double boiler, see if that works out better. Like it takes a little bit longer, like a lot, because the butter machine that I bought, it says it only takes like 15 minutes altogether. And then doing it on the stove, it's a couple hours altogether, I think, depending on how strong you make it. I don't remember how many hours I did for mine, but doing it on the stove, it actually wasn't that difficult. So I'll probably just continue to do it in the double boiler for now. And I'm gonna do like small batches too, because I figured like doing it in small batches instead of making like 20 pounds of butter, I'll just do like 1 stick or 2 sticks at a time. So that way, I'm hoping it would keep the potency more consistent like throughout the butter. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like all the weed ends up in like one corner of the butter, and the rest of the butter is like and this is like super strong. I figured like, just keep it small and it should keep it more consistent. Um, so I made, what else did I make? I tried making Fruity Pebbles treats. Those were pretty delicious. Um, what else did I make? And then the last thing I made was, I ended up using really good weed for the last thing I made. So I used 7 grams of, I'm not sure what kind of weed it was, but it was really good weed. Um, Tons of trichomes and shit all over it. And I made no bake cookies. So it's like cocoa powder and um, oatmeal, like the oats or whatever you use for oatmeal, and peanut butter. Uh, I think there was milk in it. I don't remember. But you can just search on Google, look for no bake cookies, and every recipe is basically the same. It's like vanilla and then all the other ingredients I listed. And you don't have to bake them either. You basically just like combine all this shit in a pan and then press them into cookies on some parchment paper or wax paper or whatever. Um, so I made 10 cookies. It came out to 10 cookies with 1 stick of butter, 7 grams of weed in the butter, and one cookie, man. I ate one and I didn't think it really affected me too much. And then all of a sudden I started driving somewhere and then it hit me and I was like, fuck. So that one turned out pretty good. That one was really good. But I thought it was a little bit too chocolatey, but then I had somebody else taste it and they really like chocolate and they like the way it tasted. But so the recipe was fine. It's just I'm not really that big of a chocolate person, so it seemed too chocolatey for me. So if you're not really a chocolate person, maybe reduce the amount of cocoa powder. But yeah, they were pretty good, and I'd like to figure out other recipes. I assume you can make anything that requires butter or oil. You just substitute it with cannabis oil or cannabis butter. So it's like you can make a box of pastaroni with some fucking cannabis butter. I fried a cheeseburger. Dude, you gotta fry cheeseburgers with cannabis butter. I made it's pretty good. Like you could fry the actual meat with it, but then like when the burger's done and you gotta toast your buns, man. You put the fucking cannabis butter right in the pan and it like sizzles and pops really bad when you put the cannabis butter in, like way more than regular butter. Put it in the pan, let it all melt and shit, and then you use that butter that melted to put your buns on and let your buns get toasted with that cannabis butter. Man, that is such a good cheeseburger. I'm telling you, you guys got to try it if you haven't tried it. And I think my cannabis honey has
Fucking
kicked in because I feel like I'm just like rambling.
the burger sounds delicious, man. I like butter burgers anyway, but a can of butter burger is pretty fucking good
Oh
and
yeah,
pretty
man.
fucking, especially topping it off with a buttered bun like that sounds fucking delicious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. They were saying in chat, Stony Creek was saying you should try making some cannabis sugar or some weed sugar for your coffee.
Yeah, I
I
seen that
myself,
in
I
a rest.
like.
I saw that on YouTube.
So
Somebody was like using cannabis sugar, and I was like, "What the fuck is cannabis sugar?" So I gotta look into that.
I have seen the can of pixie sticks. I like to make a fudge myself. I love cannabis fudge or mint chips. Mint hides cannabis super well, super well. So if you don't mind a little bit of mint, mint chip cookies, can of mint chip cookies.
I'll have to keep that in mind. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'd like to
I do.
figure out anything I can fucking do with cannabis. Like, 'cause I don't really know much about like rosin and doing dabs and all that shit either. Like, I remember when that stuff started coming out, like in the around like the late 2000s was when like people that I knew started doing dabs, and I'm just like looking at it and seeing like this blowtorch, and I'm like, this just feel. I feel like we're crossing a line into like smoking crack or something over here with this giant fucking blowtorch, and you gotta heat up this thing and do like, man, that's just too much. Like, I'm cool with just like give me some flour and a bowl or a joint, and I'm good. Like, I don't want to do all this extra shit just to get high. But then I finally did my first dab last year. I bought like an electronic dab machine thing. So I you just like press the button and it heats up kind of like a dab pen. And man, I started sweating buckets like immediately, and it's like, man, fuck this shit. Like I had bought a bunch of dabs though, so I'm like, I guess I'm gonna smoke all this shit. But I was just I don't know. I don't really like dabs too much. It's just too much for me. And then like trying to smoke them in a pen, like all the dab pens that I've had, whether they're CBD or the Delta 8 I've tried also because they sell that shit here. I don't really like the Delta 8 stuff though. Like I feel like it burns my throat and gives me kind of a headache. But I think it's synthetic, so I don't know. That's probably why. But I even tried because like one of my dab pens that I bought, the guy at the smoke shop said I should be able to put like homemade dabs like into it and smoke it just like a regular dab. So I do that too, but it's like they always seem to get clogged and it's a pain in the ass to like get the fucking pens unclogged. And I feel like I'm just like sucking my entire lungs out, and I'm gonna end up with bruises on my lips by the time I get to work, trying to fucking get this thing unclogged before I get to work so I can hit it. But yeah, I much prefer like just smoking some good old regular weed. But I know a lot of other people are into dabs and all this other shit, so I figure I might as well learn about it and figure out how to do all this shit. Seems interesting. Like I was watching videos on YouTube with of people with these nug smashers and all this stuff. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I mean, you don't really get a lot out of it, but it's interesting and pretty to they look, some of them look pretty when after they're pressed, and then they say like you can make edibles out of the little puck that you get afterwards, the thing that you smash down. So I mean that could be interesting too, see how those work out for edibles.
I can help out a little bit with the pen type thing. Not that I use pens anymore a lot, but you know, I found out that they clog up easily from holding that button for fucking too long. What's the problem? At least for me and most people that I associated with, is like, because if you hold that button right until your last bit of breath there, it's still kind of vaping inside that little chamber, so it kind of clogs up that tip. So there, after a while, like you're saying there, you gotta fucking you hit that point where it don't want to work, and you're just hitting the button, sucking on that thing, trying to get it to work, and then you usually get blasted with a little bit of oil on the teeth there when it finally
like
breaks free.
like it would
But
legit
I
be
find,
easier to suck a golf ball through a garden hose than to get that fucking thing unclogged sometimes. And it's like
yeah,
half the time I'm like, I get so pissed, like, fuck this shit. Like, I ain't got time for this. I throw the pen down because it's like I'm sucking so long and you just can't get it unclogged sometimes. Fuck it. I'm done. Just give me my
I
joints.
find
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm there with you too. I found the answer for that though, is just to let off that button a little bit early. You know what I mean? So it doesn't, it
Yeah.
helps out a lot. It won't tends not to clog up as much. But yeah, I only like them though for public that like sneak a puff
Well,
or
that's
possibly
initially,
work environments.
yeah, that's initially why I bought the dab thing, was because the pen thing was because I was driving to Florida last summer and I didn't want to like get caught driving smoking a whole bunch of weed like the whole time, especially having my kid in the car. So I was like, I figured smoking a dab pen would be safer, like at least like for traveling. And like it when it works, like it was really nice, but like I said, when it would clog, it would piss me off. And then like the batteries go so fast on them too, I feel like I've tried several different batteries. Like I think an Aspire was one of them. I don't remember what the other one was, but I feel like they just you can't even get a whole day on those things.
Yeah, I try not to use them just for emergencies. I'm a joint guy too. I've went through the phases of the dabs. Even when I got like an email, the dabs only lasted for so long. Uh, I don't know what it was. It's too brutal on my lungs for one.
Yeah, yeah, it's way more harsh.
I just, for me, I don't know. I smoke my joint and I see that the oil roll down the joint. Now, that's not so bad, I guess. It absorbs, whatever. I see what's left in that dab rig, that like glass. You know what I mean? That's left inside the rig, man. I'm like, is that what the inside of my lungs are gonna look like someday? Just a
Right?
sheet of fucking, yeah. No, I'm good on that.
Just cut me open and dab my lungs when I die. Gross.
Fall and just shatter your lungs. Maybe that's where the term came from. Shatter. So how many strains have you grown out? Sounds like it's only been a couple of years, but what have you grown out?
I don't know what the first plant was. It was just like some random seeds that were in a bag. And these ones that I got right now are blue raspberry truffle F2s, which I'm still kind of trying to figure out what F2s means. That means they're like inbred cousins or some shit, right?
F2s are the next generation. Yeah, they're basically you're taking two of the same and putting them together. So yeah, we call it a little inbreed.
Okay. Got that cousin loving weed.
Well, it depends on, the same thing happens in like animal breeding. You know what I mean? And they kind of call that just tightening up the line.
I mean, I guess that's one way you can put it.
Anyways, F2s aren't all that bad. What you'll get in an F2 is, you'll get some variety in the F1s, but you'll get more expressions of mother and father uh, and what they may contain in their lineages. So it opens up a wide variety of F2s. And then in the F3 generation, it kind of brings it back a little bit. And then from there on, it gets a little, that's when the tightening of the genetics really happen. It's in the F3 and beyond crosses. So it does get a little weird in the F2s.
Yeah, it's really cool watching all three of them grow, how they're all the same plant, but each one looks different, like in their own ways. The shapes of like how wide the leaves are, and like one of them's got this weird like wrinkle looking thing on its leaf, but the other ones don't have that. And it's, I don't know, it's just cool to see how they're all different, just like, you know, people, like we're all different from our siblings for the most part, unless you're a twin, but even then your personality and shit is different. So I mean, I as I'm I assume then I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. I had a lot of fucking honey in the last 2 hours. Holy shit. I've been putting like a tablespoon in each cup of coffee, and from the like dosage calculator I used online, it said uh like an average dose is about a teaspoon. I don't know how many teaspoons are in a tablespoon, but yeah. So I've probably had like way more honey than I was supposed to.
That's the one thing about the edibles I find in sweets is, man, I tend to overindulge very easily with sweet edibles. I guess I guess there's no good side of that because I like hot shit. I can't imagine something that, I'd be like, it'd have to be nasty for me not to want seconds.
Right.
But
Well, and it's so
terrible
easy to
sugar
drink
stuff.
this shit in your coffee, and then like with this coffee that I have, I bought it because it was on sale, and it's like kind of nasty on its own. It's like the Dunkin' maple syrup flavored or some shit. And I don't really like the flavor of it, but then when you add the honey to it, the mixture of that with the maple is really fucking good. So it's really easy to just sit here and drink it and drink it and drink it all fucking day.
I've never tried honey in my coffee. That's something even when you said it earlier on, it's something I associate with honey with tea for
Yeah.
some reason.
Yeah. When I first made honey, I tried it in a cup of tea and it was okay. Like, tasted like honey and tea. But then, I like to drink coffee at work because I like the caffeine boost. It keeps me going. But I also want some edibles going on. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna try it in the coffee, and it turned out pretty good. Um, if you drink like the flavored coffees, depending on which flavor you use, it does taste a little bit different. But I haven't had any that tasted bad yet with the honey in it. I've tried there was like a chocolate strawberry flavored one I tried with the honey, and that one was all right, but it wasn't like the best thing in the world, but it wasn't terrible either. But just like plain coffee with the honey in it, it's pretty good. I think like the first cup that I tried, because I wasn't really used to eating a lot of honey and eating sweet stuff, and I usually drink just plain black coffee. So like adding that sweet ass honey to your coffee, it was like, whoa, I'm not used to this shit. And I didn't really like it at first, but after having it in a couple of cups, I started getting more used to it, and now it's pretty fucking good. And I like putting it in every single cup I have.
I'm over here really giggling, to be honest with you, because I'm a heavy coffee drinker. I've drank serious coffee since fucking ninth grade. Ninth grade, by fucking my junior year, I had a coffee maker in my homeroom. And black coffee here too. But I do sway from time to time, just here and there, maybe a little cream and sugar. I drink McDonald's coffee with a little bit of cream and sugar just because that shit isn't good black. But I can see though, like once you get into a habit of like, adding something to your daily your beverage like that. If I were to get in that habit, like we say, man, I drink coffee. I'm drinking coffee right now. I'm drinking
Right.
coffee since I got up at 11 o'clock, man. I would be fucking tore up if I added, you know, a teaspoon to every cup I had. Holy shit.
Right.
Um,
I'm not sure how I get through my workday, but it helps. This shit's delicious.
smiling, smiling, I'm sure. A little bit of cannabis coffee, I'd be smiling all day. It'd be a good way to go. That I guess that's another thing I guess that I could ask, because edibles for me, if I'm going daily, you do get that kind of, just like you do, build up tolerance to it, but it's in a weirder way though. For me, if I dive in with those edibles that first day or night, I can get fucking tore up. The next day, I go in and it's somewhat of a like hangover, kind of hangover a little bit, but I go back in and that's like just kind of lay around and let it take its course day two. But day three, man, that shit makes me feel like I've like I've total new man at that point. Like all the joints are oiled, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I feel it doesn't hit me as hard on day three. I can still, feel it a little bit later on, but for me, man, it feels more like a vitamin on day three.
Yeah. Yeah, I think since I've been taking edibles every day too, I feel like I have a lot less like anger because I get stressed out a lot, and like I just, get pissed off about little things. And I now that, taking edibles every day, I feel like less stressed out, and things that would normally like piss me off like really bad, like they don't bother me as much. I can just kind of be like, all right, we'll take it as it is and deal with it and relax. We don't have to get all pissed off now about it. Like I don't sit here and consciously think that, but I think that's what's happening. Like with the edibles, it helps me not go from 0 to 100. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely makes the day a little bit easier. So, do you plan to step things up a little bit in the garden? If you could change anything right now, what would it be?
I wish I had more space. That's my biggest issue right now. Like where I live right now, it's such a small area, and basically I had to give up my whole studio space to make a grow space. So like right now I just have enough. I basically all I have is enough room to have a table in there with my computer on it, like against the wall, and the rest of the room is the two grow tents. And if I tried to like if I took the 2x2 out and tried to put a 4x4 in there, like that'd basically be like my whole fucking room there right there then. So that's what really sucks right now is not having more space because I would like to grow more plants and have more workspace. Like I don't know, like if I had a maybe like twice the space I have now, it'd be nice just so I have some room to walk around and move around and shit, not just like everything's just crammed into this tiny little fucking room. So someday I will have a bigger space and that'll be nice. And by then I'll be more dialed in on how to do all this shit and what kind of equipment would be best for me and build I always like buy shit slowly. So it's like by then, I can slowly build up all the things that I need for a bigger space. Because like I said right now too, what sucks is I had to give up like all my studio space, which means like I can't have all of my music shit set up like I like to have it. It's like having it's all set up all the time make makes me work on music more often. Like if everything's kind of put away like it is now, where it's like if I wanted to work on a song or something, I'd have to fucking pull all this shit out, make space, plug it in. By the time I get everything set up, it's like, man, I don't feel like doing this shit right now. So like I don't know. It would be nicer to have more space to have enough room for my grow and for my studio, or combine the two like Mendo Dope does. That would be dope. Just like have my studio in the middle and a big ass room and everything around me is my plants. I'd be happy. Which by the way, thank you, Eagle. I never heard of Mendo Dope in my fucking life until I was going back and watching your old shows, and I watched the one with Mendo Dope, or listened to the one with Mendo Dope on it. Cause like I can't watch your shows when I'm at work, but I can listen to them. So I listened to the one with Mendo Dope, and I was like, man, I've never heard of these guys. And I used to listen to like Cottonmouth Kings and Total Devastation, Cypress Hill, anything that was like weed related. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'm down with this. Like I'd listen to the music, but I'd never in my life came across Mendo Dope until like they were on your show, and I checked them out and I'm like, man, this shit is fucking great. And I seen like some of their videos were like 7, 8 years ago. I'm like, how does this not have more views? Like, why aren't they like they should be like up there? Like I think they're better than KMK and all that shit. Like I love KMK. Some of the best shows I ever went to were KMK shows, but I think Mendo Dope's a lot better. And thank you for introducing me to them because like I love listening to them at work, especially now that I'm growing and stuff. It's awesome fucking music to listen to.
And they've got actually a huge catalog. You would think, just being somewhat. Thank you for pointing out that they are, 7, 8. They're way older than that. They've been putting out some great music, but they do have quite the catalog, an impressive catalog at that. I dig that. I'm actually getting to meet them, hopefully, 100%. They're coming back to Michigan. They're going to be here the 4th. They're going to be playing the 4th at Mendo in Michigan, Mendo in the Mitten. I'm hoping to meet them firsthand. when they come to Michigan on the 4th.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I dig them. So kind of back to you and your music and cannabis a little bit. Yeah, I hope at one point you do get the either or both set up. I think it would be cool for you to set up in the room and pull some creative inspiration from the environment. I don't know if you've caught the Midnight Roots episodes. There's a couple of them with Jake from Midnight Roots there, but he's taken a little bit of kind of the secret life of plants kind of attitude to his grow, where he's messing with kind of plant music a little bit. So basically, he he showed us in those 2 episodes there that you can hook the plant up to this device, and he goes over exactly what it is. It sounds kind of like a basically a guitar pickup that you can wire in a certain way, but you can take the 2 wires from this device and like place one alligator clip at the base of the plant, and then attach the other to different parts of the plant, and you can see it makes different noises at different locations, and it just different things you do around the plant. Once it hooks up, you can tell that it knows you're there. In the one episode, he's got it hooked up to a bamboo plant, and it's kind of silent, and once we kind of like really direct our conversation towards the bamboo plant, it kind of starts waking up and making more and more noises the more we talk about it, and even more noise. After he dropped a crystal at the base of the plant, that fucking thing went crazy. But it would be neat to see, maybe, because I suggested it kind of, him doing multiple plants and like making a plant band. But it would be cool for somebody to like incorporate a little bit of plant music in some music. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, I actually did. I saw that episode, and I could. I was actually gonna bring that up until you started talking about it. I couldn't remember who it was, but I remember seeing that and thinking that was so cool. Like, and I don't know, that'd be something I'd be interested in doing eventually. Like once I got everything set up, be cool to like I'd make music out of anything. Like fuck it. I get ideas sometimes like when I hear stuff and I'm like, oh, that'd be cool to make a beat with that little noise, and it's just like something making a specific noise in my kitchen, or like something at work that you hear like on a cart like making a noise and you're like, what is that? That would be cool on a beat. Like I'd be down with like making little plant music songs and shit. That'd be cool.
The American one in chat would like me to ask you about your Weed Core 420 and Rumble page and your YouTube. So when did those come about? And you know, what do you concentrate on those projects?
So the 420 TV started as kind of like an experiment. It was on one of my old channels that I don't post on anymore, but I started doing it on there as like episode 1. Like I wasn't even expecting to do it as like a show or do more than one video at all. Like I just started with the one. And if you go back and watch it, like I should have playlists on my YouTube. It's 420 TV Weed Core. Um, there should be playlists on there for if you go back to season 1, start at episode 1, and if you watch it, through each episode, you can kind of see how I'm as I go along. You can see how I'm like kind of figuring out what I'm doing with the show and not really knowing exactly what I wanted to do. Like at one point, um, because the way the original show was, I was like, oh, I'll make this little video where it feels like you're watching TV, but everything you're watching on TV at every station is weed related. I was like, that'd be a cool video to make. Because I was making all different kinds of videos. Like I'd make like news clip videos. I tried to make like documentary type videos. I'd make, videos with my music. I made videos trolling the shit out of people. Like I made whatever the fuck I felt like making that day. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna make it. Like if I got an idea, I'm just gonna do it and see what happens. See what happens. Um, so I ended up doing that. I was like, I'll make this little video where it's like it feels like you're watching weed TV. So I went through and I like found uh videos of like songs that were weed related and movie clips, TV show clips. And I also kind of wanted to incorporate like the old um, marijuana propaganda videos from like the 60s and all that shit, like Reefer Madness and all these other videos. So I kind of wanted to put that in there too. So I don't remember what my first one was, but I think there was something on there. Um, so it was basically like I was like, I'll just show little clips of each video and make it look like the TV is like changing channels as you're watching it. And then at one point I started like thinking like, okay, what else can I add to the video to make it cool? So then I started doing this thing where it looked like a hand would appear on the screen with a remote control and it would change the TV station to the next channel. And I tried doing like a TV guide station where like you had a set thing, like there was like a cannabis food station, there was like a cannabis music station, and each station had like a channel number next to it. And then each time the channel would change, the number would also change on the TV to correlate with which channel you were watching. All of that little shit. Like I did that for a little bit, but it became a fucking pain in the ass to do it, and I got sick of doing it, so I just stopped eventually. Somewhere along the line, I stopped doing the fucking TV remote thing, but I still kept um this thing like the transition in between the TV shows, the TV stations. It does like a noise, like like a TV would make, and it does like the fuzzy screen thing in between, like as you're changing the channel. Um, and I didn't even think about it until like I showed my cousin the show, and she's like, "You Beavis and Butthead have an ass," and I was like, "Wait a minute!" Like I didn't even think about that. We used to play the Beavis and Butthead game on Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo, and in that game, like you would change the channel on the TV, and it would make the noise, and like they'd be like, "We're there, dudes," and it would go to the next scene. And I was like, "Oh, that must be like." I didn't even like consciously think about it, but subconsciously, that's probably where I got the inspiration for that from, was the Beavis and Butthead game. Um, so I kept that in there, and I just kind of kept going along, and I was like redesigning the background to make it look like you were like sitting in a stoner's room, and I would like change the background to make it look like the pictures on the walls were actually like animated. Um, I don't know. Sometimes I would leave it for like an episode or two. Sometimes I would like change it each episode. Um, I think I did like 12 episodes for the first season. I got rid of the TV guide channel portion of it, and now it just, I go through like different cannabis related content. I just started season 2. It takes a while to fucking make an episode, so like I don't always have a ton of time to work on it, and when I do have time, I don't always feel like working on it. Like, it's like the way my creative shit works, like I don't think I could ever do it as a job because I can't force myself to come up with ideas and do creative shit. Like I've tried like to sit here and like, okay, I know I don't feel like doing this, but I'm gonna force myself. Like it doesn't always work like that. Like you gotta sometimes you just need to do it when when you have the creativity to do it. Just fucking boom, get it done and get it out of the way as quick as you can before you lose the ambition and lose the idea. Um, so yeah, I just started season 2, and right now I've just been focusing on trying to have a different scene or scenery in each episode. So the first one, I kind of rushed the first one. I just wanted to get it done, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do for the background, and I didn't even get the background done until the very end. I was like, fuck it, I was literally on Google, like searching for stoner room pics, and I was scrolling and scrolling, trying to find something cool that might work. And I seen the one that I used. I was like, fuck it, I'll just use that one. And I'm not really happy with it, but I was like, fuck it, I'll just do it just so I can get the episode going. And you know, um, then the second one, I made one so it looks like you're just like chilling in the parking lot of the Quick Stop from the movie Clerks, and it's got Jay and Silent Bob standing there, and it looks like they spray painted "Subscribe for a Good Time" on the wall. And then I know it doesn't make sense that there's a giant fucking Magnavox TV sitting in the parking lot that and you're watching it, but it's not supposed to make complete sense because it's stoner TV, so it's not supposed to be all realistic. So um basically what I've been doing now with the clips that I've been using, I've been trying to get better with like putting links to where I got the clips from, because like a lot, I don't think I put any links for the first season. I just like fucking had a bunch of random shit bookmarked, clipped them, and then unbookmarked them, and now I don't know where I got all the shit from, and just haven't sat down and tagged where I got them from yet. But the second season, I have been tagging like channels and shit like that. So right now it just kind of like goes through weed music. I think weed cooking might still be on there. There's I do clips of your show. Like if you like there's always something fucking funny happening on your show. So like, while I'm listening at work, I try to like if there's a part that like really makes me laugh like I don't usually laugh out loud where people can hear me, but there's been times where I'm watching your show and I like legit like I'm like laughing out loud at work, like almost crying, and people are looking at me like what the fuck and I can't tell them like, yeah, I'm listening to this weed growing show. Like, no. So like, sorry, Eagle, I love you and your show, but there's a place and a time for promoting your show, and in my workplace is not that place right now. But but yeah, so I put like funny clips from your show, and then I'll put like, if there's like if I hear something interesting on somebody else's grow shows, like Smart Poker or something. I think I used some of theirs in the last video where they were talking about how they believe that everybody should be growing. Like I was like that, I felt like that was a good clip, so I was like, fuck it, I'll clip that, put that in there. Um, I think I used a TV show. Shit, I didn't. Yeah, I still use like TV shows, the old propaganda clips. Like that's mainly what it's centered around. Like I do a lot of um, the propaganda video is a majority of it, and then just like all the other stuff in between. Um, what else do I have on there? I don't know.
Yeah, I was scrolling down your Rumble page there a few seconds ago, just before you said that you posted some clips of the show there. Because I was putting links to your Instagram, your Rumble, and your YouTube in the description of the show. Ironically, as you were talking about doing the very same thing, I was kind of giggling. Then I scroll over down, I have the Rumble page, and I see, of course, one of a very much a laugh loud out loud moment in the show. Of course, Mr. Greenfinger's little dick energy there. I see you. So there's a lot of fun stuff I see on this page. I should check out.
The
I'm gonna
fucking
make
look on
up an
his face
account.
when he realized what he said. And that's what's great is like I listen to it most of the time, so I don't always see their faces. But then when I go back and watch it for the second time, it's like, oh, that's so great. So it's like when I have the time. Like sometimes I like fucking get too excited and impatient. I'll just clip something and not even like do any kind of edits. I'll just like clip like a little 3 minutes of the show. This is funny, haha, repost, blah, blah, done. But a few times like I've actually sat there like with your clips from your stream, and I'll like watch as everybody's talking, like watch everybody's like how their facial expressions are and like what they're doing in each of their boxes, and like if it's what they're doing is funny or kind of pertains to the conversation, or they're the one talking, like actually taking the time to edit it to like zoom in on their box while that's happening, instead of it just being, okay, here's the panel, like here's the clip, you know what I'm saying? But it takes a while, so I don't always do it, but I need to do it more often, like take more time into editing it more, so it's not just like here's the straight clip, I'm just taking this and not doing anything to it.
The word goes into fucking editing. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I chose straight out the live bullshit end of it. I was like, yeah, I'm not going back. There was two reasons. There was one, I didn't want to fucking edit. There was too much time in editing and then re-uploading it. Fucking it takes forever to upload shit to fucking YouTube, at least on my end.
And
And
some of
then
my
there was
videos have taken days. It's like once it uploads, it's like processing like 3 days later. Really? What the fuck, YouTube?
the other aspect of it is I didn't want and I'd seen it with other shows too, that I didn't want my guests questioning what would be the final air. You know what I mean? How I would edit it, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So
Hmm.
I just kind of I was like, fuck it, man. I'm gonna do it live, and then everybody knows where the ball lays, and it saves me a lot of fucking work. And yeah, so I just went with the easy route. Just fuck it, I'm going live.
Yeah, yeah. Editing does take a long fucking time, and th- it's like I don't know. I don't until somebody actually does editing, I don't think they understand like how long that shit can really take. Like people, I've had people ask me like, "Oh, can you clip this stream for me?" And like, you know, they want you to do it for free. They don't care that it takes like, yeah, I got to sit here and go through your 3 hour fucking stream and condense it into a half an hour for you and like make it look good. Like this shit takes hours and hours, and they like people don't think about that. They think it's just like instant, like, oh, you just press a button and it does it itself. Like, no, bro. Like this shit takes a long time to make it look nice, especially when you have a fucking slow ass computer. And like this laptop I bought, I just bought it last year. It was brand fucking new, like expensive HP laptop. And I'm like, I'm gonna buy this strictly for video editing. And it was really fast for like the first week. And then after that, now it's like, man, I'm sitting here for like an hour and a half sometimes waiting for a fucking video to save. It's crazy. And it's like, during that hour and a half, like you can't use your computer. I mean, you can, but then you run the risk of your computer freaking out because you're doing too much at the same time. And then you're, all that time you just spent sitting there waiting for your video to render, like it could be like error, try again, and now you got to sit through the fucking bullshit again waiting for it to render again. And so it's like I try to plan on rendering videos like, okay, I know I'm not going to be able to use the computer for this fucking long, so I gotta like, let it just sit there and not use it. And then like not even just like the rendering part, just like trying to edit videos and like use Adobe After Effects and shit like that with a computer that's not like 5 grand. Uh, like it sucks, like the lag on it. Like you try to fucking like make it play through like 6 seconds of a 4K video, and it just fucking like the thing goes, the audio goes, like you see the little cursor moving, you can hear the audio, but the fucking video just freezes, and then it skips like 30 frames, and then it freezes, and you're like, what the hell? Then you gotta pause it, try it again, and then like adding effects like to your videos, and it's like the computer freaks the fuck out like that. I don't know. It just sucks, and then you can do live streaming and not have to worry about all that. You can just press the button, go live, and boom, work is done.
Yeah, so much easier. Even like the videos that I have like uploaded, any kind of like up garden updates or light videos or whatever the fuck I post. That shit's a one and done too. You know, there's a lot of times where I've stuttered or said something stupid, and I've just left it in there. I've consciously thought, yeah, I'd rather look stupid than edit that shit.
Right. Dude, there's like so many times where like I'll fucking render out a video and it's like it takes forever, and it took forever to fucking like edit the video, and so I like render it, don't notice a mistake until I already have it uploaded to YouTube, and I'm going through and I'm like kind of skimming through a bit before I make it public. I'm like, okay, it looks decent, make it public, and then I watch it, and then I notice the mistake, and I'm like, fucking A, and it pisses me, like it irritates me so much. And I notice it. Most people don't notice it. Like whatever the mistake is, like I'll like message somebody, like one of my friends, like, bro, blah blah blah, I missed this, and they're like, oh, I didn't even see that. Like shit that people, normal people don't see, but I see it, and it bugs me every time I see it. And I'm like, the first few, like probably 2 times that happened, I fucking made that shit, like took that shit down right away. Like, no, you can't see it. It's not perfect. Like that's one flaw I have. Like I get so like everything has to be perfect that I do like creatively. Otherwise it irritates me. Like it's not good enough for me. Like I'm not happy with it. So I used to take it down, go back, redo it, re-render it, sit through all that bullshit, upload it again. But now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get irritated for a few minutes. I know it's there, but I'm just never gonna watch this video again, and then I'll never have to think about it again. Like, and hopefully nobody else notices the mistake.
I also run under that kind of mentality. It's funny. Don't look back.
Like, oh my god, I forgot which. I think it was my one of my veg updates. The fucking thumbnail that I made, I spelled something wrong, and I didn't know. I said I even looked over it twice before I fucking saved it, and I'm like, oh, it looks good, everything's good. And then I did correct one of the words that I had misspelled. I like added like an extra R or something, and so I was like, oh, it looks good. And then like a couple days after I posted it, I happened to look at it and I was like, wait a minute. Fuck, now that word is spelled wrong. But I don't feel like redoing it, so fuck it. I'm just gonna leave it.
Yeah, I'm finding quite a few of my mistakes just like that, to be honest with you, because I'm going through the process of taking things from YouTube and uploading it to the website and Spotify and all bullshit. And as I'm taking it from YouTube, I'm regretting not like going through and putting people's names in there. Kind of going back to the editing shit. I'm like, holy cow, I'm kicking myself for not taking the minute and filling out the descriptions and shit like that. But I can't believe there's episodes where the episode numbers are fucked up and fucking just misspelling of silly shit. In fact, as far as that goes, anybody that's ever seen me in chat, man, I type with one finger, one hand, doing something half the time, and don't even worry about spelling. Half the time I look back, I'm like, oh, jeez. I already hit enter. There's no way of saving that. Jeez, let's go with it, I guess. They'll figure it out. Terrible texting. So how are you drying your cannabis? I guess we can talk about that a little bit.
Um, if from what I've seen in videos, I'm supposed to like hang it up, right? So I assumed I was just gonna cut them down and hang them up in the tent and like let them hang for a couple days and then do dry trim. Seems like more popular than wet trim, so I'm gonna try that. And I have it bookmarked. I don't know what it's called, but there was like a trim tray that somebody was like really recommending. It's like 45 bucks on Amazon and it comes with like this uh dry sift catcher and all this other shit like and it looks like a really nice tray. So I'll probably order that. Um and what do you store it in glass jars after that, right? So I'll probably just do that and then I gotta look. I don't know how because I'm trying to do it little by little. Like, because if I try to figure everything out way ahead of time, I'll forget by the time I get to that point. So, because I'm like one of those people, I got to keep doing something, otherwise I forget how to fucking do it. So I was like, I'll worry about figuring out the details of all that once I get closer to that. But I know I gotta like, I'm probably just gonna cut it down, hang it in the tent, dry trim it, and then put them in glass jars and burp them or whatever the fuck you got to do with them. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna buy all those little humidity things or not that I see people using in their jars. Haven't decided yet. We'll see. Might just go by what it smells like and looks like and feels like, whatever. Use my senses instead of the digital shit. Like people have been growing cannabis since the supposed caveman days, right? So they didn't have digital thingies back then.
Agree. Agree. So what kind of taste profiles? What kind of cannabis do you like? The fruits, the kinds, the gases. What do you like in your joints there if you could possibly have it? Perfect world. What's in that joint?
I like all of them. Like I like to rotate. Like sometimes, like I don't like to smoke the same shit over and over and over. Like if, and I really haven't come across anything that I don't like other than like the old ditch weed I used to smoke. Like there's been a few times where I was like really jonesing for fucking weed and I was used to smoking good weed and all I could find was the shit weed and trying to smoke that like that shit was gross. Like I could only smoke that in a blunt to like kind of hide the taste of how nasty it was. Um, but other than that, like I like all of it and I want to try as many kinds as I want. That's what I would like to do. I'd like to have it set up to where I can grow like a bunch of different kinds like constantly so I can try as many different kinds as I can and figure out what I actually like because right now I'm limited to whatever my guy's got. Like I don't get to dictate what he has. It's like it's not like going to the store and going like, requesting that they get this shit. Like it's like nope, this is what we got. You either want it or you don't want it. So um but yeah, like there's been a few times where like I get shit and it doesn't seem as good. Like it doesn't have as many trichomes on it. I'm after like watching all these live streams and shit, I'm assuming that's because whoever grew it, like, can't you like get the trichomes off of it by like shaking it on a screen or something, and then you can steal all the fucking keef off of it? I don't know if you guys call it keef anymore. Is that what dry sift is? I'm like so confused when you guys use all these technical terms, and then I look it up and I'm like, oh, it's that. That's what we used to call it.
I don't. Well, in this day and age, and period, I don't know. I guess I would like to think that it's just you're dealing with mid somebody that's growing mids versus somebody that's tumbling it going you know what I mean. I'm gonna get all the goodies.
You're gonna see that in a
Yeah.
Disney movie when weed's legal. It's gonna be great.
Actually, I'm super stoked that I was off camera when I was doing that. That would have been probably the perfect clippable gesture there as I was doing it. It's kind of fun.
Snow White and the Seven Weed Dorks.
But I'm sure at some point, maybe somebody did maybe something like that. But yeah, I think it would just be more over just mids. Man, it's hard to believe, having this conversation with you that, with other people that it just isn't legal there, or in a lot of places. I take that for granted, being able to, you know, just smoke freely. I smoke way too freely, I guess, where I'm at.
Dude, I
Guess I
felt like a
just
kid in the candy store the first time I came to Michigan and I met up with Chicha B. We went we went to a dispensary in Paw Paw, Michigan, and I think she said that was her first time at a dispensary too. But I was just like, holy shit, like I could walk into a store and buy a weed? Like, what is this? Like I remember, 15 years ago being fucking scared as hell, like meeting up with my guy and dark ass IHOP parking lot and shit. Some fucking random ass black dude that was like, you know, recommended to me from one of my friends who knew him from some job. Like, it's like these people that you don't even know, just in a random ass car. Man, getting ripped off a few times, trying to buy shrooms from some other dude. And man, I had the cops spot. Man, they used to sit outside of our fucking apartment because I got arrested for half a joint. Man, if this was in Milwaukee, they probably would have just took my joint and let us go. But because it was Greenfield, which is like a little suburb right outside of Milwaukee, they have nothing better to fucking do but to hassle people walking down the street trying to go to the restaurant instead of driving drunk like every because this was like bar close time. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. We were all drinking and smoking. We are like, fuck it, let's walk, to the George Webb's down the street. That's where one of our friends was working third shift, and let's be responsible and walk because we've been drinking. But we probably would have been safer driving to that bitch because we wouldn't have got stopped for the weed. So like nobody's outside. It's winter. It was actually the night before the Cottonmouth King show. I'll never fucking forget this. So we're walking down the street, smoking a joint. There's like one, two, four of us, and all of a sudden we saw the Greenfield cops like roll past on the cross street, and I'm like, fuck. I know they're gonna turn around. They're gonna turn around and they're gonna come fucking roll past us. I know they are. So I put the joint out. I didn't think they were gonna stop and search us. I thought they were just gonna, kind of roll past and try to intimidate us, see what the fuck we're doing. So I didn't think to ditch the joint. That's all we had was half. We had a half a joint left. Fucking shorted it out, put it in my pocket. We kept walking. Here came the cop, busting a U-turn, came over by us, and they stopped us. They're like, we got reports of people shooting cars with paintballs. And you can obviously see none of us had a paintball gun on us. Like that's kind of hard to hide a fucking paintball gun. like here, let me just shove that in my pocket. And you won't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like none of us obviously had paintball guns. So they were fucking bullshitting. And I think it was 19 at the time. Uh the other people were like 21. So it's like, we weren't like kids. We were just like, young adults, not even doing anything, just walking down the street. And they were like, oh, well, we need to search you and blah, blah, blah. And we're just like, kind of like, what the fuck? And then apparently they claimed they could smell weed on us. They probably could with how much we used to smoke in that apartment. It was like a giant hot box all the time. Like, no fucking joke. Cause like we could get fucking quarter pounds cheap as fuck back then with that shitty ass weed. So like we would just smoke all the time. So anyways, like the cops like, we have to search you. We can smell the weed. If you just give it to us, we'll let you go. So back then I used to roll fat fucking joints. Like I would take the big Bob Marley king size joint papers and I would stick them together with four of them to make like a big ass fucking joint. Like like it would be like the size of two big blunts put together, like if you took the papers. So yeah, I mean it was half a joint technically, but it was half of a big like Bob Marley joint that I did get busted with. So, but I mean, it didn't even come out to that much. I remember it was like maybe just over a gram, if that, with the paper and all that shit when they weighed it. So I was like, fuck it, they said if we just give them the weed, they'll let us go. They're gonna search us anyways. They're gonna fucking find it. It's in my hoodie pocket right here. So I was like, fuck it. I was like, I got the weed. It's in my pocket, like, pointed to my pocket. They pull it out and the cop looks at it and he's like, man, that's a fatty. We're gonna have to write this up. I'm like, are you fucking serious? So then as he's writing me up for this ticket and putting me in handcuffs because they had to take me to the police station apparently to fucking give me this ticket. um they're running everybody else's name. Come to find out, my other friend that was with us, she had a warrant out for like stealing or some shit at Best Buy. And so the cop comes back and like, oh, we ran you, you've got a warrant out. And she was a big girl, like chunky, like probably like over 200 pounds. And she's like swaying back and forth and all this shit 'cause she's all fucked up. And the cop's like, look, this woman can't even stand up straight. And she looks at him with a straight face and goes, it's the wind. And we all of us just turned and looked at her like, really? Like that wind ain't pushing your fat ass anywhere. It's like, what the fuck? So the cop like immediately puts her in handcuffs, puts us in the back of the car. She gets in the car. Her fucking computer start like, because uh, they put the girl cop in the car with us. The guy cop was like, "Oh, we're we're not driving the two of you because the other two they didn't have a warrant or anything on them. So they're like, you're free to go." And they're like, "Well, can you give us a ride down to the police station, which was like 12 blocks down the road?" And they're like, oh no, we can't put you in the car unless you're a suspect, blah blah blah. So they left them out there in like the middle of fucking November. It was cold as shit here. I think it was actually snowing by then because it used to snow here. It doesn't really snow here that much anymore. It's weird. um so anyways, like we get in the car, the fucking cop's computer starts like freaking out and like repeating the same word over and over again, which is asterisk. For some reason, she must have hit something and it just kept going asterisk, asterisk, asterisk over and over again. And me and my friend are high as fuck in the back seat, just laughing our asses off at her fucking computer. And she's all pissed off, like, you ladies made my car smell like weed. And she was all mad and shit. And we were just laughing, like, bitch, you like it. Like, fuck you. Like it was ridiculous when after they put me in this like little holding cell with some girl who looked like she just murdered her fucking family. And I'm in here for half a joint. I was so mad and just like looking through the little window, like, come on, man. Like, hurry the fuck up, get me out of here. Take my fingerprints, whatever. And they took my fingerprints. And as they're doing all that, they had my little joint sitting on the table in front of me so I could stare at it, but I couldn't have it as they wrote up $676 ticket, which I refused to pay because I was like, fuck you. Like, I don't agree with this ticket or this bullshit law. So I was like, I'm not paying this ticket. Fuck you guys. Like, they let me go. They gave me the ticket. And as I'm leaving, like the girl cop was like, this stuff is gonna ruin your life. And I remember thinking, like, no, it's not. Like, you bitches arresting me and putting this on my record and fucking up my life is gonna fuck up my life. Like, me smoking weed ain't gonna fuck up nothing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it did, man. Like, trying to get a job, I can't even get a job at fucking Pick and Save. Like, I don't know what it's called there, but that's what our grocery store is here that's owned by Kroger. They call them Pick and Saves. And I can't even get a job there. And they told me because at their grocery stores, they can't hire anybody with drugs on their record. But they hired my friend who has theft from Pick and Save on her record. She was banned from Pick and Save in high school for stealing Dimetap and all this shit. But she could get a job at Pick and Save. But I couldn't get a job at Pick and Save because I've been arrested for half a joint. It was fucking ridiculous. Like even just like pushing carts, they're like, nope, you're dangerous. But this bitch that was stealing Dimetap, she can be a cashier and handle money. Like, where's the fucking logic, man? That's some COVID logic right there, man. Makes no goddamn sense. And then like trying to get an apartment, and that shit comes up like if you go on the Wisconsin Circuit Court and look up my name, it doesn't come up. Like I physically can't see it. All I see on there is like speeding tickets and shit. But if a landlord does like a background check, like that shit comes right up. Like, and even though it was, 2009, no, 2007 when I got arrested, like that shit still comes up to this day and still affects me, like getting jobs and apartments and stuff like that. So fuck that cop in her ass with a cactus. Like you arresting me for half a joint fucked with my life more than me actually smoking the joint. You know what I'm saying?
That's fucking insane. And again, you said it was what 7 years ago? That's what 2015, something like that.
No, that
Fucking,
was
it's
it
not
was
like
it was in 2007. So
oh,
17,
even at that,
well,
we're
15
we're
years ago.
still we're fucking not. We've learned a lot about cannabis. You know, we knew a lot about cannabis in 2007. It seemed like, you know what I mean. It's hard to
Yeah.
believe that still had that mindset already still exists
Yeah. And it was
in a lot of
ridiculous.
places.
Like after I got arrested, they would have like a D-Tech cop, like they used to drive the Crown Vics around and shit. They would fucking sit outside of our apartment. They never used to do that until after I got arrested. And then randomly, that would be their chill spot was on our street. Like, why are you like they thought we were dealers and shit. Like, no, we just sit here and smoke weed all day. Like, why are you watching our apartment now for half, like all you did was catch us with half a joint. Like it was ridiculous.
A half ounce roach. That's
Right.
the funny part, I think. It sounds like make it sound like roach, but it sounds like it's probably good, quarter, half ounce roach anyway. Shit.
But it was fun. What was great though, like, so we were living with my friend Janet at the time. Like I said, it was like a flop house, but Janet was the only one who was home. And she was in her room sleeping and thought we were all still out in the living room partying. She had no idea we had left and got arrested, nothing. So while I was at the police station, uh, my ex-husband and our friend called her to come and pick them up and take them to the police station to pick us up. And apparently when they called her, she's just like, fuck you guys. Like, you didn't get arrested. Why are you fucking with me? I'm going back to sleep because she was sleeping. She had to work in the morning. And they're like, no, seriously. Because apparently we left the lights on, the radio on. Like, it sounded like we were all chilling in the living room, but nobody was home. So she's like, fuck you guys. Like, you're not out there. Quit fucking with me. She thought it was all a big joke. And then as she walks into the living room, you just hear her go, hey, where'd you guys go? And it's like, we told you, we're at the police station. Come get us. So she had to come drive down there, pick us up. She took us to George Webb's, so we still got our fucking food. Still made it to the Cottonmouth King show that night or that following night. And I didn't I didn't pay the ticket. I ended up because I think they said I had like 6 months to pay it, and I was just like so pissed and a young kid who was just like, fuck you, I don't believe in this, I'm not paying it, what are you gonna do, come get me. So I didn't pay it, and they kept sending me shit in the mail telling me I had a warrant out for my arrest, but they never actually like came to my house to arrest me or anything. So I had a warrant out for like a year, and then they started taking the money out of my state taxes when I filed my taxes, and my tax return at the time was less than what the ticket was, so I still owed like $100 on it or some shit after they took it out of my state taxes. Which it was interesting. They left my federal taxes alone. They were only allowed to take my state taxes. I don't know how that works in other states, but so at that point I was like, well, fuck it. You guys already took all of my fucking play money from my taxes, so and I'm down to 100. I might as well just go pay the rest of it and get it done with. So I went down to the police station and gave them the money, and the lady was like, did you know that you have a warrant? I was like, nope, but here's the money, so you can't arrest me now. Like, give me a receipt, please. And yeah, haven't, knock on wood, been arrested since. But yeah, they sat outside of our apartment for a while though. Like, they never caught us for anything, but and I'm surprised nobody like called the cops on us more than they only called the cops twice. The fucking crazy cat lady that lived downstairs, her and her brother husband. But they probably, man, we were so loud in that apartment. It was basically like living with a bunch of frat boys and shit, like loud ass stoner ass frat boys, and like we'd have and like I don't know, it was always like 5, 6 people at least in there smoking, drinking. Like that carpet was so gross from years and years of partying. Because even before we all lived there, like apparently some of my ex-husband's older friends from high school had the apartment first. So it was like a party apartment that was handed down to him, which became another party apartment. And it was like, it was bad. It was so bad. We had like BB gun fights inside of the apartment. And like, a couple years later, when we moved out, like we were finding BBs in the fucking heat registers and in the cabinets, and all the blinds had holes in them. And it was it was fucked.
Sound like a pretty adventurous gal.
Yeah. Yeah, I got shot right next to my eye with a BB when we were fucking having one of the BB gun fights, and I was like, okay, I don't think I should play anymore. It's like it was like literally like half an inch from hitting my eyeball. It's like, yeah, you boys can play the BB game. I'm gonna go in the other room now. And like one of our friends, like he would always do all this crazy shit. Like he let us shoot light bulbs out of his mouth, and like he did a naked snow angel one time, and it was crazy. Man, I remember
Sounds pretty crazy.
I had this girl that I used to work with. This was like back when I was still like 19, 20. This girl I worked with, she claimed that her and her friends had never smoked weed. And she was like straight from Mexico girl, like, just learning English. And so she's just like, oh, I want to come hang out and smoke. And me and my friends. It's like, okay. So I brought her over, and she brought over one of her girlfriends, and literally it was like they sat on the couch and we had this hookah that looked like evil Homer, and it had these magnets on it where the eyeballs were, so you could like take the eyeballs out and like scare the shit out of people or do whatever with them. But anyways, so we're like, okay, showed her how to hit the hookah and stuff. It's like, just pull slowly on this tube. Her and her friend hit it like 3 times. They fucking laughed their asses off for like 10 minutes straight, and then they fell asleep on the couch, like on each other. Like they just kind of like leaned on each other in the middle and just kind of like took a nap. It's like, wow, it was great.
So has cannabis ever brought you any trouble?
Just when I got arrested. Oh, and like in high school, like, so one of my friends, we back then, like, we didn't have cell phones and shit, so we would write letters to each other and just like pass notes between class. And so I wrote my friend a letter, and like we would just write about whatever random shit. Like at the time we were, smoking weed and got a hold of some speed and shit like that. And so I was like writing about that because she had swim class like first thing in the morning, and she had like popped a pill that she said was speed, that somebody gave it to her and said it was speed, so she like took that. And I remember like writing something in there about, oh, did you drown in swim class today? How was that speed? Like we didn't even like try to like make code words at that point. And she hid it in her room underneath her boombox, and apparently her mom was like going through her shit and found it and immediately came over to my house. My mom was at the bar waiting for my stepdad to get off of work at 11 o'clock and meet her at the bar. So they weren't going to be home until like 3 4 in the morning. And so I was like, no, they're not home. And like I didn't know what was going on, and so she left, came back an hour later looking for my mom again. I'm like, she's still not home. I have no idea when she's going to be home. She's probably out drinking. Like sorry, I don't know what to tell you. So and she's like, I found your letter and blah blah blah. Like, oh shit. So I'm waiting for, like, she kept coming back and calling, and I'm like, there's no way I can get this bitch to stay away from my house. So I was like sitting here waiting because I knew my parents were gonna be home in a couple hours. Just like, fuck, I'm gonna be in so much trouble. And so I went, pretended I was asleep when they got home, and I just like laid in my bed listening, and fucking my friend's mom's calling on the phone. Can I come over? Blah blah. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and her mom is still just like trying to get a hold of my parents. Finally, she comes over, brings my parents the letter, and my mom's dumbass is just like, she gets me out of bed. And like I said, it's like 3 in the morning. I had smoked weed that morning, so it's already been like almost 24 hours since I had smoked, because I smoked at like 7:30 in the morning that previous day. So obviously I'm not high. I was just like pretending to be asleep. And I get out of bed and I'm sitting there. My mom's like freaking out, like, oh, how can you do drugs and blah, blah, blah. And she's looking at me and she's like, you're still high right now. And how could you? And my stepdad's just like shaking his head at the letter and just so upset, like that I'm smoking weed. And I'm just like sitting there, like, like really? Like, it's just sucked. Like, I got grounded for, I think, like 6 months for that one. Like, that sucked. Um, but it didn't stop me from smoking weed. I still smoked with my friends anytime we had it. And same thing with cigarettes. Like I got busted smoking cigarettes, and my mom tried to punish me by grounding me and not letting me get my driver's license. And it's like within 5 minutes of my stepdad leaving for work that day when I got suspended, because he would leave at like 1:30, my mom would get off of work at like 3:30, and she would come home and make sure my ass was home, like to, because I was grounded. So I was like, okay, I got like 2 hours in between. And I was like calling up friends, like, hey, bring some cigarettes over, and fucking smoking cigarettes through the fucking window and through the door. And man, like hiding water bottles in my closet to like use as ashtrays and shit, and try to smoke out my bedroom window, and smoking in the shower thinking they can't fucking smell it. But yeah, I think those are the only two times I really got in trouble for smoking weed. Was, yeah, that time when they found the letter, and then when I got arrested. Other than that, like, it really hasn't brought in anything negative to me, other than it costs too fucking much sometimes. But I'm growing now, so it'll be free to me soon. Somewhat. I mean, I pay for it a little bit in electricity, but I've been trying to balance it out with like just turning more lights off in other areas of my house, and not letting my kid leave the fucking PlayStation running when she's not using it, and just trying to save energy other ways, since I got the fans and lights running in the other room now.
I have a crazy mind, Brew. I have a crazy mind. I think fucking it would be funny that since I hear that you get basically a pudding together rather coming from Wisconsin. I see Red Pill in chat. Also, I know it's from that area. He says that Wisconsin hates weed.
Yeah, it
And
fucking
I
sucks, man. And I was thinking about that last night. Like, we're such a big fucking beer state. It's gonna be hard to fucking make it legal here because all the breweries are gonna be like, fuck you, we're gonna lose profits because so many people I
so
guarantee would switch over to weed if it was legal. Because I know so many people who have straight up said, I would smoke, I don't mind it, but it's illegal, so I'm not gonna do it. But once it's legal, they would totally do it.
since we've already talked about the fact that I'm no editor and I won't take the ending angle. I'm just gonna throw this out here because this is what I was my crazy mind's envisioning as I'm sitting here listening to you talk. Um, and you brought in another thing you brought up the breweries, the alcohol there in Wisconsin. I think it would be funny as fuck and a big fuck you to both their Wisconsin's attitude towards cannabis and the breweries to do a fucking reboot of Laverne and Shirley, but like cannabis based.
That'd be
Instead of
funny.
them working at the brewery, they work at a fucking grow. Base it all, right there in Wisconsin. You know what I mean? Just like the show. And, the whole thing, show them right in the beginning, the whatever they said in the beginning with them, the joints in their hand. We're gonna do it. You know what I mean? Fucking do them all dreaming about a grow running through it and shit. Come on and let's go now. Got a dream, fucking yeah, the whole thing. I think it would be funny. I think it would be fucking a fun reboot. The
Oh yeah.
cannabis based, yeah. Somebody should do it. Somebody should do it. I think it'd be fun. So many creative
Yeah,
people
I
out
feel
there.
like Wisconsin's probably going to be the last state to finally do any kind of legalization. Because even like even medical, it would be there's so many people who have conditions that they'd be able to get medical weed for, and I feel like there's a lot of alcoholics out there that are masking their pain and all that shit with fucking alcohol instead of you know something beneficial like weed. It's like I don't know. I feel like it would be beneficial, but there's too many breweries, and we're such a huge fucking alcohol state. Like when I was first trying to quit drinking, it was so fucking hard because everywhere I fucking go, it's like beer garden this way, beer garden that way. Like I can't even go to the fucking park and here's beer, 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 beer. Here's a fucking billboard, beer, 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 alcohol, vodka, blah blah blah, drink, drink, drink. Oh, and then here's a random "Are you okay to drive?" sign. Well, just like randomly mixed into the thousands of beer signs. Like I'm pretty sure Milwaukee has like more bars and liquor stores per capita than fucking anybody. Like especially like if you I don't know about right now because I try to avoid the South Side, but the South Side used to be like bar on every fucking corner and sometimes several bars down the block, just like bar, 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 bar everywhere. You can find a fucking bar on every street. You get thrown out of that bar, go to the bar a block away, half a block away. It's like just bars, every bars and churches. There's a bar and a church, bar and a church, bar and a church. And I grew up in bars too. It was like my grandma owned a couple bars on the south side, and ever since I was like basically born, I was in the bar, but I would actually work in the bar from like age 7, 8. I started working in the bar on the weekends with my auntie, and it was like a normal thing to me, which is sad. It was normal to see because she would open on the weekends at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'd be over there at 8 in the morning with my auntie, and I'd help her get things set up, vacuuming with this old ass Kirby vacuum cleaner that was a piece of shit, and vacuum the bar and get everything ready to open. And right before 9 o'clock, here would come all these old guys, like in their 70s. They're probably younger than that, but look like they're way older. But they're there before 9 o'clock, waiting for us to unlock the door, and then come in and drink their Pabst Blue Ribbons and fucking sexually harass my auntie for an hour or two and go home. That was the normal. And like she taught me how to like tap beer properly, and like depending on who was in the bar, I could, serve beer to people. And they had a cigarette machine. My grandma would send me over there to get cigarettes all the time. And yeah, like but it was crazy because she always wanted to have a restaurant, but my aunts all talked her into getting into the bar business instead. And I always wanted to get into business, and I was like thinking about what I wanted to do. And you know I want to do something with cannabis. That's why I want to try doing this like smoke shop, start with that, and then maybe eventually, if Wisconsin ever goes legal, then I'd already have a store established, and I can hopefully jump on that somehow. But yeah, like
So
trying to quit
would
though, like seeing.
are
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna ask, are like smoke shops still considered like a head shop there in Wisconsin or in your area?
Um, I don't really hear people call them head shops anymore, and most of the ones that I go to, like they're called like vape shops or CBD stores or uh, vape and smokes, and they're not really like places you can go and just chill and smoke in or anything like that. It's just most of them are, basic like vape rigs that you can buy with like the nicotine juice, and they got like a huge wall of like 100 different fucking vape juices you can choose from, like with just the nicotine in them. And then they'll have like glass cases with Delta 8 and Delta 10 shit, which is legal now. And like I said, I tried a bunch of it, both 8 and 10, because my vape shop guy was like giving me a bunch of it for free at one point. Like, here, try this and let me know how it is. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll try it. And he's like, I want your honest opinion. Most of it was booty. So I'd come in and be like, that shit sucked. Like, I didn't like it. So after a while, I just stopped with all that. Like, I tried the edibles, I tried the little vape cartridges, I tried the dabs, and I didn't like really like any of it. But yeah, they sell a lot of that shit. And CBD, sell all that shit. And then they'll have like cases of like little glass pipes, and they'll have some like bongs and dab rigs and incense and, let's see, hookahs, joint papers, um, your basic stuff. But like most of them are so basic looking, and they're all ran by like Arabs and shit. Like, no offense to any Arabs or Indian people, whatever, out there that may be listening, but like all the fucking vape stores are ran by y'all. And I want to have my own, so I'm gonna have my own, and I'll be like the only one. Either that, or it's just the people that are showing face are Indians and Arabs. But that's what I see. Like everybody that owns them here, it's like the liquor stores too now, or and all of the gas stations. But and they're all so basic. So what I was saying is like there's like the you don't walk in and feel like, oh, this place looks so cool. And like what made me really want to do a head shop was back in the day I watched SLC Punk. I don't know if you ever seen that movie. Um but in the
No.
mo- but yeah, in the movie, Bob's girlfriend owns a head shop, and I remember watching that scene and seeing how she's got her head shop set up with the beads and the rugs, and everything just looks real cool, and the colors. I'm like, it looks so comfortable and awesome, and I'd love to just like have a store where I chill there, and in an environment like that, it just feels awesome. But then you see the vape shops here and it's like so plain and straightforward, like, and clean. Like, here's the clean glass like cases and everything's all shiny and like, man, I don't want to see all that. Like, I want it to look like a dive bar, like a dive bar of fucking weed shops, I guess. Like just dirty and dark and but not actually dirty. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but have that feeling where it's like dark and cozy feeling instead of just here's this fucking hypoallergenic bubble that you just walked into.
There you go. So I mean, it stinks that I'm sure it is a lot to do with the alcohol and the breweries, but man, you really think that you guys are that far from legalization? Is there anything on the books?
I think the last thing I read was supposedly Governor Evers tried to put it into the budget, and then all the senators, or most of them, like said they weren't going to vote for it and made him take it out. But I got to be honest, I haven't been following the Wisconsin cannabis news too much lately, so I'm not exactly sure what's all going on. But I do remember reading that like within the past few days. But honestly, like like I said, with all the big breweries and shit, like I was thinking the other day, like, man, I wonder if we found somebody who's in the weed business, who's got a whole bunch of money that they can be like, psst, psst, hey, Senator, take you dropped this envelope. Now make it legal. Like do what the fucking I bet you breweries fucking pay them motherfuckers. Like we need somebody in the cannabis that's got a bunch of money and they can be like, here, like pay the motherfuckers off and make it happen. Like fuck it. Like that's how the other people play. Then fuck it. Let's play it that way too.
Again, man, it's hard to believe that, it's so spotty like that. You know what I mean? It's fucking sad. It really is.
Yeah, last night I
It's
was
hard.
looking at a map of all the places that are legal in the United States, and Wisconsin is literally like we are just like surrounded by illegal states, whether it's recreational or medical. Like we're just all alone up there. It's fucking sucks.
Well, the thing that blows my mind is like you can actually like get in a car and drive for like a little while. Never leave your own country, but yet go, cross an imaginary line, and it's okay and welcome. And you look behind you, and you're fucking they're burning, they're
Right.
burning the bridges and shit. It's just come on, fucking. We have internet. How caveman can we be about this shit? You know what I mean? Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems
Oh,
so
and then
backwards.
I saw the dumbest thing last night when I was looking that up. Cannabis, so it's illegal federally, right? But it's legal in the capital of our fucking country. Like it's legal in Washington, D.C., like the capital of our federal government, but it's not federally legal.
I'm kind of, as far as that goes, I'm a little disappointed that the medical effort didn't make it further than recreational. And obviously, recreational cannabis will make it federally legal at some point before medical had a chance to go through every state. It's kind of disheartening. Um, it's we've come a long way, but we're still so backwards about the whole thing in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I don't know about all the laws and stuff, but I I would just like to be I'd like it to be able to I'd like to have it set up to where, anybody can grow it that wants to grow it. Like you don't need to go and pay $1 million for some special fucking license and all this stuff, and only a certain amount of licenses are allowed to go out per year to only certain people. Like fuck that. Like it should be you should be able to grow it like you can fucking grow chives and tomatoes. Like it should, whatever they do with the laws, like that's the best way. Like if you want to start your own cannabis business, like little like farmers market grow whatever the fuck, like you should be allowed to do it. It shouldn't be, I just don't want to see it set up to where like a majority of people get fucked out of like even having a chance to get into growing and getting into the business and all that stuff. Because like I seen some video the other day, like once in a while, YouTube recommends me like cannabis news, and it might have been a couple months old, but it was like a video showing like the inside of a grow company's warehouse or some shit, like their greenhouse. And I wasn't expecting like how big it was. I was like, oh, cool, because like I see Smiley's videos and like your guys' tents and all that. I'm like, I see those sizes, and then I see this video and it's just like lines and lines and lines and lines and lines, and I'm like, I don't know, it just felt gross seeing the way it was, like how it's like how I hear a lot of people say like they take the heart out of it and stuff. Like it's just a whatever thing. Like just hurry up, get it in the ground, get it going, get it going, get it, like they don't actually care about any of it. It's just how many can we get out at the lowest cost, at the fastest speed, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't actually give a shit about like the craft cannabis stuff and like the therapeutical like aspect of it. It's just, pump out as many as we can, as fast as we can, to make the most profit as we can and expand as fast as we can. So that's what's gonna suck like in the future when we start having like the Walmarts of weed and like putting everybody else out of business. That's gonna suck. And then we're all stuck smoking shitty fucking weed because that's all that's left.
That's one of the other things you're right on point about is, if your state doesn't get on board now, by the time that you guys do get on board, fucking all these other states that's, put together a good, big corporations where they have their hands in a lot of states will be ready to run into these states that took their time about coming in. It'll be big cannabis right from the start, I think.
Right.
So,
What's
are you gonna come to any of these Michigan events? Sounds like you're close enough that you've already came to one, and we're coming up on some of the seasons. Are you
um
gonna
I
attend any of the
might
events this year?
I might. It all depends on gas prices and everything. Cause yeah, I don't have a lot of money to play around with at the moment. So I'm just kind of, I just gotta watch and see what's going on. But if and I also have a hard time like finding information online about events. Like I'll try to search like Michigan cannabis events and like it'll take me to like a page that like gives me a list of stuff, but then like I'll be talking to Chicha or something, and she'll be like, there's this event, and like I can't. It'll be like something that's not even on this list. So it's like, how do you guys find all these different events that you talk about? Is there like a certain website that you use, or is it just like through Instagram posts that you happen to see?
I wish for me it's word of mouth mainly. I see them
Oh, okay.
pop up and then, kind of follow the Instagram. I wish there would be more of a centralized, you know, something like that. It'd be beneficial for everybody involved,
Yeah.
vendors, people wanting to have fun, everybody.
Yeah, because if there's any events that are like kind of towards the southwest area of the state, like that's probably like a doable thing I could do, like possibly on a weekend, because I work during the week and have a kid who's I got to take care of. So, um, like weekend events like in Southwest Michigan. If anybody knows of any, like, feel free to send me a message on Instagram or something. Let me know. So yeah, like when I drove to Paw Paw, it took me like, I think it was like 5 hours driving there from my house. So somewhere, I don't know, maybe Kalamazoo is probably the furthest I'd be able to drive. I think when I looked that up, it was like 5.5, 6 hours from my house to drive to Kalamazoo.
I gotta give Paw some credit, man. They pump out some events there, man. They do a lot
Really?
of cool stuff there. Yeah,
Yeah, we didn't
it's
even
like
go to an
never.
event. It was just me and Chicha, we were just talking, and I had a free weekend and she had a free weekend. So I was like, hey, let's, rent a hotel, and she ended up renting some crackhead motel, and we hung out and smoked a lot of weed and had a good time. It was crazy, like just as soon as I hit the fucking border of Michigan, like when I drove in through Indiana, and it was like instantly you start seeing billboards for weed. I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome.
I was in a small way hoping you were gonna say you could smell it. As soon as
No,
I crossed the border, I could smell weed.
that would be funny though.
I tell you what, I've been to events like that. I've been to a few high times when high times has been in Clio. If you're coming like, and what else was hash bashes like that? I mean, literally, as you're getting close to that town, either town, and in either case, you could, I'll say within 5 miles, you know what I mean? Within an exit, you can start to smell cannabis. As soon as you get off the highway, you can smell it. This, yes. I love that smell. The festival smells, what I call that shit, man. As soon as you get out of the car, it practically carries you to the door.
I just like imagine the cartoons where the dude's like floating, following the smell with his nose.
It's the way I feel anyway. And when I get out of the car like that, all dads and joints, it smells so good. I can't wait. My first one will be Mendo Dope. First event that I'll be able to hit this year will be that event, Mendo in Michigan, which
Nice.
is not sure exactly where it's located. I think it's more central Michigan. Definitely hitting that.
Yeah, if
It's
it
been a
wasn't for
minute.
that fucking lake being in the way, it wouldn't take that long to drive over. But they just had to
Yeah,
put that fucking lake there.
yeah, it's a long way around. I can't imagine how long it takes to drive around that fucking thing. How long? Yeah, yeah.
It'd probably take a long time. Because, like, I know driving from Milwaukee to my aunt's house, who she lives way up in northern Michigan by, like, or not northern Michigan, northern Wisconsin by Michigan, like around Iron Mountain, if you know where that is.
I do, I do.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
up
like,
there about.
yeah, so she's like up there, but in Wisconsin, and man, that's a long ass drive. That's like a 5 hour drive up there. So going like all the way around, that'd probably be like a 10 hour drive.
Yeah, that's a cruise. That's a nice little cruise.
Uh, well, if you went a complete circle, yeah, it'd probably take like a whole day, like all the way around the lake.
And then if you get cannabis, I enjoy a good car ride. You know, it's a little bit of cannabis on the way. I
Yeah.
enjoy a good.
I wish I could like if there If there was a way to avoid driving through Chicago, that would be awesome. Like I I stand by building a wall around Chicago, possibly all of Illinois. Like if I could just avoid ever having to drive through that fucking state, it'd be great. Like and then like it takes me a little longer to go places because I won't pay Illinois' fucking tolls either. So I do the Google Maps that avoids all of the toll roads. I was like, I don't care. I'll add an extra half hour to my trip just because I'm not paying their fucking expensive ass tolls, which do not take Canadian coins, in case you were wondering. I tried that one time and it ate all my fucking coins and didn't register any of them. I was so fucking mad.
I would have been a little peeved too.
Yeah, that was before I figured out that you could like put that into Google Maps to avoid the tolls. I was like driving to Indiana for the first time and I had no idea how many tolls you had to hit going from Illinois to Indiana, like from the Wisconsin border. I was just like, fuck, but like I'm glad I had like just enough change in my car. I had to like dig through to find to like get through the couple of tolls that I had to go through. Like I'll
Yeah,
never
I'm
do
not
that
again.
again.
We don't have those here in Michigan. At least not anywhere I've traveled to.
Yeah, we don't have any here either.
No. So, do you? Is there any other places that cannabis may take you?
I'm not really sure. I don't know. I've I've always felt like it's supposed to be part of my life somehow. Like after I got out of high school and like I used to in high school is when I learned how to do like video editing and all that stuff because I took classes for that. And when I got out of high school, I would take videos of my friends because I bought a handy cam. So I was like, hey, let's record ourselves while we're drinking and partying and shit. And I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the footage, but it'll be fun. It'll be like that '70s show, and we'll just pass the camera around. So I'd take all this footage eventually, and like I started chopping it up and putting it to music of like Total Devastation and like just like stoner songs, because most of the time the videos were of us smoking weed and salvia and all this other shit. It's like, okay, so I'll chop it up with like weed songs and started doing that. And then I had this idea that, and I started working on it. I was going to do like a documentary film about like the history of cannabis and prohibition and why it should be legal. And I ended up getting like 6 or 7 minutes done of the movie. And then for some reason, I stopped working on it and never went back to it. But I always remembered that I was working on it, and I eventually wanted to go back to it or start over and make some kind of documentary type thing. But I just haven't had a chance to do it. So I've just kind of sidetracked and been doing these other like cannabis related videos, trying to figure out exactly what I want to do. But I know I'm supposed to do something with it. I just don't know what exactly yet.
So, when you start to put together the tobacco, the pipe shop, the head shop, however which you prefer to call it, are you gonna possibly open up a online presence too to maybe help build things as you go? You might as well reach the greater good as well, right?
Yeah, so what I was planning on doing was so I'd have the physical store open with, products in it, and then I would start a website for the store so, either people locally can use it and do like in-store pickup, or if people in other areas, other states want to order something, I could do it that way. And I also wanted to have it because, like I said, like looking at all these other stores, like everything is so basic. Like, it's just like basic, it always looks like they just like go to some wholesale website and buy like, here's a box of 100 assorted pipes for this price, and they just do that. Like they don't care what they look like, none of this shit. It's just whatever. Here's a box of assorted whatever's. We'll just get it. Like I'd like to have like cool pieces. Like I've been finding like bongs and dab rigs and shit that are like zombie faces and like horror related stuff, and like these resin bong pipes things that are like carved that look like wood, and they're like carved out to look like the Grim Reaper and elves and gnomes and shit. And like that's the kind of stuff I would like to sell. Like I'd like to have like a store of cool shit, like not just like basic old boring shit, but still keep the price, have cool shit, but still have it at reasonable prices that people can afford, but also making a profit to where I can survive at the same time. But because like I used to work at a porn shop that sold pipes and bongs, and man, the prices on that shit are jacked so fucking high. Like they sell the same pipes that you can buy at like a tobacco store for like $15, and you go to the porn store and it's like 50 for that same fucking pipe, and people pay that shit. Like it's crazy. And I don't know. I don't want to rip people off like that. Like I want to make a profit, but I don't want to gouge people either. And like I said, I don't want to have all these just like basic ass boring pieces. Like I would like unique pieces that I can find, and products that are like, I'd possibly like to do like products that are homemade by people that I've networked with and met like through online, like the weed nerd chats and like Instagram. Like if you have like a business where you make your own handcrafted ashtrays or something, like something cannabis related, handcrafted, whatever, and you're looking to sell some of it, like I'd like, if it's cool enough and my you know decent price, like maybe stuff like that, I'd like to order a bunch and try to sell it in the store. So, and that way it like helps their business and gets their name out around here, and whatever. It's like I was talking to Chicha B. She makes those little arts and crafts type things that, and I've seen her do like the little videos as she's making them, and it's like, that'd be cool. I'd order a bunch of those from her, pay her for those, and then set those up in the shop, and maybe have like a little card or something that has her information, like these were made by Chicha B, and like, if you're interested in more, like, maybe I don't carry everything that she makes, here's where you can find other stuff of hers, or it'd be cool to have stuff like that so that I can help out other people who are trying to have their own little small businesses as well. Um, Eventually, like I don't know what the laws are, what kind of licenses I'd need, but like, making edibles and stuff, once THC is legal here, doing edibles and uh, like topicals and stuff like that, like figuring out how to make those myself and selling those, that'd be cool. I'm sure I think I could sell CBD right now if like people, or if myself ends up making stuff out of CBD, I could probably sell that. But um I don't know. I just want to sell all these different cool things, and it's like I get all these different ideas, and they're all stored in my head, and sometimes I write them down, and sometimes I just store it in there and forget about it till I need it. But yeah, I'll figure it all out as I go along. That's what tends to work out the best. But I do have like a basic idea of what I want to do, as I just told you about. So
What about those custom customers, or hard to satisfy customers? Like, say, if Green Fingers wanders in, is he going to be able to find a piece?
um yeah, I would definitely have dick pieces. Like we started this stream talking about dicks.
I myself,
I
I'd
would
be
have the
interested in
biggest
some of
dick
one of
piece
those
ever
skull
made for
pipes,
him.
but you could commission something like that. I was slightly kind of bite my cheek here when you said they offered pipes at the porn shops. So they do offer dual purpose pieces there. That's not. It's been a while, but I've never really thought I could dual purpose shop there. You know, pick up something in that area and then pick up a smoking piece as well.
Yeah, like the whole front of the store is all like weed related, like it's all bongs and pipes and dab rigs and all that shit. And then the back of the
After
store
you
is
get
all
high,
dildos and butt plugs and ball stretchers, and it's awesome. And
you'll
see
have
what's
to
even
send
more awesome,
Green
bro?
Fingers a link.
See what's even more awesome is like after I worked at the online bondage store, I'd seen so much shit in that place that I never imagined ever existed. Because like I worked at the porn shop, like the in-person store porn shop, and we didn't sell, like we had one little section of bondage shit, which was basically like, here's some handcuffs, here's some nipple clamps, and I think there was a urethral sound that was made of metal. And at the time, I didn't even know what a urethral sound was. Now I got one on my keychain, and it's awesome. Like I don't actually use it as its intention, but I've got it on my keychain because it freaks people out, and it's awesome. Um, but anyways, like so when I was working there, I didn't really know about all this bondage shit. So now after working at the bondage place, and once in a while I'd go to the porn shop, like, hey, let's go see what kind of new pipes and stuff they got just to see. So I'd start, I go there with a friend, and then after we're done looking at the pipes, it's like, all right, let's go wander around the rest of the store and like have some laughs, because like it's always funny, like looking at the porn titles, especially like there's like special sections for people with their fart fetishes and stuff like that, and it's just funny. So I'd be walking around and like talking about all these like really horrifying bondage devices that I'd seen, and like just like making really loud comments about it and stuff, and making customers really uncomfortable and they'd like walk like far away. It's like, what, you guys are, they like give me dirty looks. It's like, motherfucker, you're in a porn store. You got a wedding ring on, bro? Like, fuck off. You're gonna get uncomfortable with me talking about ball stretchers and anal blasters and shit.
And chat is rolling, and that ball stretcher is definitely one that is rolling through chat right now. So many question
Oh,
marks,
don't make me
what
laugh. I have to pee.
ouches.
If you'd
My
like to hear
favorite
more
one
about the
so
bondage
far
stuff, I'll
was,
have to go pee first and come back because I'm literally about to piss my pants.
you may have to go pee. My favorite comment was fucking, what was the double ended bong?
Oh
These
my
are
God.
such a thing. You
I'll be
can go
right
pee.
back.
I'll talk to Chad first. You guys are hilarious. Johnny K what is up, my friend? Crazy people doing stuff. Mr. Smile, tons of respect. Mr. Green Fingers, cheers. It sounds like we found your dream store, buddy. Sony Creek, how you doing? Brian, how you doing as well? Rose, cheers to you. I'd like to talk to you on multiple things. Paul waits, he says. Should be right back. Who else we got here? Drozilla, pretty funny dude right there. K Triple G, cheers to you as well. Nika D, Nick OD, cheers to you. How you guys doing? What are you smoking on? Hopefully filling that tray as she empties her bladder. Oh shit. Yes. How you guys doing? Enjoying another fun episode here with Miss Brew City Synth. What are you guys smoking at? I see no replies in chat so far. You stuck in the middle. Funny. Cheers,
Okay, we
buddy.
are back.
Kilowatt.
I never finished my
There we
bowl.
go. You have to take a puffs of that. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty interesting working environment right there for sure.
Yeah, I working at the bondage store was actually probably the best job I ever had. Not because I'm like into bondage, because I'm not really into that shit. I found the shit interesting and hilarious and intriguing. But yeah, it was like a really small mom and pop type shop, like literally mom and pop. Like it was a guy and his wife running the shop, and they had a bunch of adopted kids. And some of us used to joke that they like, because they would like have all this work that they would quote unquote like, what would you call it, like instead of having us do certain things, they would like say that, oh, we're like contracting this out, but like really they'd be having their kids at home like working and shit. So we used to like joke around with, because of how many fucking kids they had. It's like, oh, they got them like locked in the basement doing like slave labor and shit. That's what everybody thought. And it was weird too, like one of their daughters, she was a sweetheart, and she was autistic, but they really wanted her to work there with us, and it sucked because like if you weren't constantly watching everything she was doing, she would like mess things up. Like she would like product tags up, like because they'd be like, oh, have her put product tags on the products, and it's like they would tell us that, okay, here, set up all these different products, like 5 different products, here's 5 stacks of tags. And then like as soon as you look away, she would start like grabbing tags for the wrong shit and just like putting it, and they would insist this is how she should do it. And it's like, okay, well, it sucked because like it was like she was a nice girl, but like you had to watch what she was doing all the time. Otherwise, she would just start just doing whatever she wanted and fucking things up and write. Sometimes she would write her own tags and stuff, and we wouldn't notice it till like you're picking orders later, and shit's in a bin with this tag that it's like, what does that say? It looks like a 5-year-old wrote it. Mia, like, damn it, stop writing the tags. Fucking A. Like, anyways, like it was weird though. The whole point of that was, so it's the mom and the dad running the store, and then like where her table was set up, where they had her working, was like looking into the photo studio where the mom and dad, like they did the modeling and photos. Like the dad would take the photos, he would dress up the mom in the different products, and uh she would sit there and like watch it as they were doing this photo shoot. It was always creepy to me. Like, I mean, I guess if that's how you grew up, it's normal, but like I think it'd be creepy sitting there watching my parents dress up in fucking bondage gear and take pictures like with a ball gag and fucking breast binders and all this shit. Like it's, I don't know, it's just weird. Like it's one thing to watch it if you don't know the people, but like that's your mom and dad. And like she would be like just staring, just watching all of it. Like I don't know what's going through your head. I hope it's pure thoughts.
Yeah, I can see that for 100%. You know, it just so happens one of my daughters actually works at a Starbucks at work that is like right next door to kind of one of those places. And it's funny to sit there when I stop to see her get a cup of coffee, to sit there and watch the variety of people that go in and out of that place. Moreover, the people that like you be sitting in that lobby drinking your cup of coffee and then just get up and walk right over there. You're like, no shit.
Dude, you know what was fucking weird? Speaking of like just stopping to get coffee. So when I worked at the regular porn store where like we were open to the public, so we also had a jerk off room. It was like, I forget what it's called. I think it's called the arcade. and it was like a line of like 4 different booths, and it was literally like they just like threw up these fucking pieces of plywood as dividers. They look like creepy little bathroom stalls with no toilets, but it just has this weird like TV screen built into the wood. Like they just like cut a hole in the wood and stuck a TV in there and put a piece of plastic over it so like jizz doesn't ruin the TV. And then they put a stool in there, and you're not supposed to jack off in there because obviously that's illegal to jack off in public, but that's what people would do. And yeah, like dudes would just like jizz on the fucking TV and the door handles, the floor. There was a picture of this really fat dude who was banned from the store, and it said under his face, "Banned for pooping in the booth." And I asked my coworker, but I seen that. I was like, "What the fuck? What like what did he just like drop his pants and like take a huge shit in the booth? Like what happened?" She's like, "Well, we went to go check on the booth, and apparently he didn't clean his ass very well, and the whole stool was just like covered in shit stains because he pulled his pants down, was whacking it, and left shit all over the fucking stool. So he was banned for life." It's like, man, I'm glad that didn't happen on my shift. That's bleh. It was so gross, man. Oh, so the point of that, like people, this I was at work one day and I didn't even know this guy was in the back, like, because sometimes people come in and you don't like notice that they went in the back. And so I'm over there like doing something at the cash register and it's quiet. Like I thought nobody was in the store. All of a sudden, this guy comes out from the arcade area, walks past and goes, "All right, see you later. Got to go back to work." I was like, "Oh my God, bro." Like, gross. Like, he didn't wash his hands. He didn't do the sanitizer, nothing. Just came in on his lunch break, jacked off, and then went back to work.
All right. So many different comments in chat right now. Yeah, I don't know if I could do it. That'd be a pretty crazy work environment right there for sure.
I had a guy following me around the store one day. He kept trying to buy me like one of the extra large dildos, like while I was working. Like I didn't even know he was like trying to do it at first. At first, I thought he was like looking for a gift for his girlfriend because he's like, "Oh, what would you buy for a lady?" And I'm like, asking him questions like, "Well, what kind of stuff does she like?" And then he starts going on like, "Oh, I want to buy something for you." And he picks up like this giant fucking like 15-inch dick and is like, "You think you can handle this?" And I'm like, "Bro, like I'm married for one and fuck you." And he's like, "Oh, okay, how about you have you and your husband come over, we get freaky." And I was just like, "Dude, no." Like, and he kept following me around, so I went up to the front where my coworker was and grabbed like the only box cutter we had in the fucking store. And I'm just like, "Here, just hold this in case this dude gets weird." Because he's kept following me around the store asking me about this fucking dick. And so he ends up leaving. And then like an hour later, I'm sitting there like I'm on the floor like cleaning a shelf or something, and I started hearing his voice, and I look up and he's talking on the phone. There he is again, talking on the phone, watching me through the fucking racks. And I'm like, "Oh fucking hell no." So I like went up in the front, told my coworker like that dude's back, and there was like 2 guys at the register checking out while I was telling her this, and they were just like, "Who, that motherfucker?" And like they were just like all, alpha male and shit, like watching him and shit, and like, "We got you, don't worry." And they're like talking all loud so the dude would hear, and he like hurried up and walked out of the store and then sat in his truck in the back of the parking lot for like a half an hour before he left. It was so fucking weird. Yeah, I did not
Yeah,
get paid
that's
enough at that fucking job. It was like $8 an hour to deal with that creepy shit.
yeah, yeah. I agree with you. That was not enough to deal with. Yeah, like that's I don't yeah. So guys have gone from bouquets of flowers to basically bouquets of dicks now for come on.
Yeah, apparently. And you know what actually shocked me to find out, because I would kind of pay attention to what people were buying, and the biggest seller like in porn movies was tranny porn. I was not expecting that. Like, and they would try to hide it like in between normal porn videos. Like they'd put like the normal one on top, and then it'd be like chicks with dicks and mother son secrets and weird shit like that underneath, and then like another normal one at the bottom. It's like, and they'd be all looking around all nervous and shit. Like, dude, I see what you're buying, you fucking weirdo. Like we had this one guy who would come in all the time, like almost every day, and he'd buy mother son porn, and then he'd come back like a couple hours later, drop the movies on the counter, and then run out of the store. It was so, and then he'd come back the next day, buy them again, and do it all over again. It was so fucking weird.
Yeah, I did not get paid enough for that. No, it's no wonder that you'd like to see a career in cannabis. Holy shit.
Yeah, so if you ever find yourself trying to get into that kind of business, I would recommend sticking with the internet so you don't have to actually deal with the public. It's like the worst that happened working at the bondage place was we had a guy that would send us stories that he would write that were really fucking weird. I can't even remember what they were about. I just remember they were so fucking like the weirdest shit you could ever imagine. Like I don't even know how to describe it. It was so they every time he would send one, the secretary guy would print it out and like post it by the time clock for everybody to read. It was so, and because he kept trying to tell us like I want to write for your website and blah blah blah, and the owner's just like no. So he just kept sending more and more, and each time he would send something, like the stories would get longer and longer. Oh, and then one guy he bought a butt plug with a bunny tail on it. It was like a white bunny tail. And the angle that he took the picture at with his balls and everything, it looked like the creepiest ice cream cone I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how it I don't know how it turned out like that. But as soon as I saw it, I'm just like that it's like an ice cream cone. And now I just ruined ice cream for a while. And he's just like, yep, here's a close up of my asshole. I loved the butt plug. Thanks, guys. Thanks. You don't have to send us pictures. People are so weird. Oh, we sent a masturbator to an old folks home. That was disturbing. But at least grandpa's still getting it somehow. Speaking of, congratulations, granddaddy Eagle.
Thanks. I don't know. It's a weird tie-in. It's a weird tie-in, but thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I won't be that grandpa. I won't be that grandpa, I'll assure you.
Man, I've heard some weird shit comes from old folks homes. Like my friend in high school, her grandma got put in an old folks home, and I guess like she would always try to sexually harass the fucking male nurses and try to get them to fuck her all the time. And there was like another lady that she kept stealing spoons from the fucking lunchroom and like putting them all together and using them as a dildo, and she'd like stash them under her bed. And what the fuck? Sounds like prison.
It's a yeah. I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could do it. I think I would lose hope or lose faith in humanity at some point. I'd be like, oh, gee.
Hey, you should do a poll and you should ask people if you connect the Japanese nose hook to the anal hook and hoist somebody up, which would rip first, their nostrils or their butthole?
Ouch. I I don't know what either are. I'm afraid to Google it.
I think I brought my anal hook when I met Chicha B. because I used to carry it in my car. It's not used. Okay, so let me start over. So when I worked at that place, the boss would order all this cheap ass fucking Chinese shit. So when it would come over in the boats, sometimes the packaging would get wet and the material it's made out of is so shitty that by the time it got here, anything metal would start rusting. So one day, so my brother and sister-in-law, I got them jobs there too. So we were all a big happy family working there. That was fun. But after I stopped working there, my brother called me one day and he's like, "Hey, I got something for you. You want a free anal hook?" I was like, "Fuck yeah." So I go over to his house and he gives me a free anal hook because when it came over, it must have got wet and it was starting to rust and they can't sell it. So I was like, I'll figure out something to do with it. And it's heavy as shit. Like it's got these big ass balls on the bottom. Excuse me. It's got these big ass balls on it and shit. And it's like, fuck it. I can keep this in my car. And if somebody tries to rob me, I'm gonna beat the shit out of them with an anal hook. So if anybody ever sees like a news story of like robber beaten to death or half to death with anal hook or something like that, that was probably me. It hasn't happened yet, but it's come close. Um, I also can't carry it in this current car yet because I don't know where to put it. It doesn't fit in my glove box and it doesn't fit in my center console. So my car is a lot smaller than my old car, which sucks. So I gotta figure out some way to carry it. I haven't figured it out yet. But anyways, yeah, um so if you connect the anal hook to the Japanese nose hook, which are Japanese nose hooks are these little metal hook things, and then they can connect to like a leather strap and it can like go over your head and connect to like a collar and shit. So like if you move and it like pulls on it, it's supposed to be annoying. Because that's the whole point of bondage is to like hurt yourself and be annoying to your balls and your nose and butthole apparently. So yeah, you got to connect the nose hooks to the anal hook, which will rip first. And I think somebody actually tried that. I was picking orders one day and I got excited. I remember getting so excited. So I was just like going along, like, okay, here's some rope, here's some D rings, oh, anal hook, whips, oh, nose hook. And then I realized what I had in the fucking box. And I'm like, oh my God, they're going to try it. And I was like, can I just send them a note? Like, let us know how it turns out. I think they're going to try it. But they wouldn't let me.
I'm
So I don't
glad
know how
I'm
it
off
turned out.
camera. I'm left blushing and confused and have lots of questions.
You know what's great is talking about this shit in public, like especially at a bar on a first date. And I wonder why I'm single. Fucking scare the shit out of everybody I meet. And I don't do it to like be scary. I just find it hilarious and entertaining and I don't know. My brother's the same way too.
Well,
Like he's worse. He's got anal hooks lining his fucking fence, like holding his potted plants all along the fence. I was like, really, bro? He's like, what? My neighbors have a Coke machine. It's the same thing. Okay. So there's a whole line of anal hooks in his yard.
interesting.
Yeah.
For the, I guess the weird things that make you go, was out of that, and I don't know why I caught it, was probably the sheer fact that you said it got wet. It was free because it got wet and rusted. And I thought to myself, oh shit.
Right. It's gonna rust in your butthole.
They're not supposed to get, yeah, they're not supposed to get wet. And so it's like just a
Well, it's
sheer
like
torture device.
I also have a whole big bag of fucking melted dicks that I got from him because they melted during shipping. And I'm like, damn, like, what if you were like getting it on with your dildo and the whole thing just melted? Like, that's some bullshit. That's why you never buy, when you buy sex toys, always make sure they're made in the USA. Do not buy sex toys from China. I remember several times when I'd be at work and we'd be doing receiving and unloading all the new stock that came in, and all of a sudden the boss would come around like, oh, anything that looks like this, you got to take it out. We can't sell it. It's poisonous, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, are you serious? Like, holy shit. So yeah, there's a little tip, like just the tip. Do not order any sex toys that are Chinese made. It will save your dick hole, your butthole, your whatever hole you put it in.
Oh, Truzo says you listed like your lights. Oh shit, people are funny. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like an interesting crowd. So I guess I have to ask, do you think the the head shop up front made lazy bondage sex? I guess. I think by the time they got home with their bong and smoked a bowl, they were like, maybe next time. Yeah. Well, you'll have fun stories for hours to tell in the garden. That's for sure.
Right.
Do you ever think that they'll be those what you call the what will be used for plant trainers?
Hmm. That's a
Too
good
tall
idea.
plant. You want to hold out? Oh boy.
Here's another pro tip. You're during the holiday season, um, candy canes can be doubled as edible anal hooks.
Yeah. Holy cow. I would have never known. I would have never known. Well, I guess cannabis has I guess might as well go with it. Might as well cannabis has snuck its way into the bedroom in a lot of ways. They are now making a lot of cannabis based vaginal rubs
Oh, really?
for yeah, that type of industry. Yeah. It's supposed to be the thing, the next
I
big thing.
I mean, why not? You know, all the other topicals work where it absorbs into your skin. I would assume it would work with lubricants and stuff too.
It could be a midway between the two shops.
Yeah.
I don't
See, you
even know
gotta
where to go from there.
like, you know how you give people like a shotgun hit? You can like find some chick that can like queef you a shotgun, have her like in store for some like special event. Everybody line up, $5 a queef.
Oh no. What it sounds like, what you've said tonight, it sounds like there might be somebody out there for that.
Why do I see Robert Thomas spending the most money on on the queefs?
He has definitely been the most active during this conversation.
I haven't seen chat at all. I made sure that I didn't put it on because I knew like I'll just sit there and stare at it.
Oh, he's pointing out lists things you've left out. He just said great episode. Thumbs up.
Where up is that thumb?
It's up. Where it's originating from, I do not. Yeah. I I did not think we would end up here when we started this conversation. I can assure you.
I can't believe it's at what it's like 3:40 by you. It's almost 3 o'clock here. I was expecting to talk like maybe an hour. Because I remember like before the show even started, I'm just laying here like, man, I should just like say fuck it and go to sleep. My bed is so comfy right now. And what am I even gonna say? What am I gonna talk about? How do because like I hear people doing like 3, 4, 5 hour shows. And it's like, man, how do you sit there and talk for so long? And now here I am at almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, damn, time
It's
goes
a fun
fast.
conversation. It does. It does when you're having a fun conversation. It does go by quickly.
I'm surprised I'm still like
Um,
wide awake right now. I'm usually 10:30 is usually my bedtime because I got to get up early during the week for work. But I was like, I'm gonna make some coffee. I got up at like 9:45, made coffee. That's why those
that
edibles
honey
kicked in
coffee.
fast. I was already drinking it like a while before the show. Yeah, you
Yeah, I
got to
gotta
try
try
some
some
honey
of that.
coffee. You got to try it. It's good stuff.
Like I said, well, for me, man, the coffee is law. I've like abused the coffee for so long. It's kind of more habit than it is, you know, more for energy at this
Yeah.
point. I think the honey could bring back a little bit of the energy for me. Would be nice.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about buying an energy drink earlier. It's like I ran to the gas station and I was like, okay, what should I get to drink for later in case I don't want coffee? Um, I was gonna get an energy drink, but then I was like thinking about it. I haven't drank one in weeks, and I was thinking about. I think you said on the show recently how you noticed that energy drinks were giving you anxiety. So I was like,
Definitely.
because I used to get like real bad anxiety and stuff, especially like social anxiety. But I would always I'd have to load up on caffeine to get myself going in the morning. And then by the time I get to work, I'm fucking like twitching and shit and like just anxious as fuck and paranoid and just like, I don't know, just like overloaded. And so I was like, no, I'm not going to get a energy drink. And then I was worried about my anxiety tonight, like before we started the conversation, but I was actually like once we started talking within the first like 2 or 3 minutes, I was fine. Like I was nervous at first, but it was just like, oop, calm down way faster than I would have if I was drinking a Red Bull. I probably would have my heart would have been racing probably like the whole first hour drinking that shit.
Man, I don't know what it's done to me, but them fucking energy drinks, man, they do give me anxiety anymore. But that's about the only thing they do, man. They don't give me much energy anymore. I can drink one of them fuckers and take a fucking 2 hour nap anymore.
Yeah.
They just burn up what energy I have. It's sad.
I remember when they first started like coming out with energy drinks and how they how they were like marketing to, or at least Red Bull was like to try to get people drinking them. So I'd be like at the park walking on trails and shit with my friends, and these random ass like Red Bull representatives would come out of nowhere on the trail with like their Red Bull shirts and hats on and free samples. Like, oh, you guys want free samples? Free samples. Take your free Red Bulls and here, take one for later. And like just handing them out like candy. And we were all fucking just like obsessed with energy drinks with like pretty quick after they came out. Like I remember going way out of my way before school just to go to the gas station to buy energy drinks because it was like, I don't know, they were so amazing at first.
I used to be that way a little bit with alcohol. I tried all the different drinks when each new flavor that came out. Not so much with energy drinks. Coffee, I was like that in my early age.
Yeah.
I could go fucking take a hike every day before the bus got me and get that coffee. I was in school.
Yeah, I started drinking coffee really young. Like I remember always drinking coffee with my grandma. She had like this coffee that was like white. It kept the coffee warm and it had like a spin top to open the little spout and you pour it. And she had this other little thing. It was like a blue plastic cup with a little top and she kept like creamer in there. And I'd say as early as 5 or 6, I was drinking coffee with her. She'd let me have like 1 or 2 cups with her in the morning, which is way more coffee than any 5 or 6 year old needs, but it was delicious. Like she'd put a bunch of milk and sugar in there or creamer or whatever and kind of water it down a little bit. But yeah. And they say what's funny is they used to always say that drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes stunts your growth. But if that were true, like me and my brother would both be fucking giants. Cause like I'm like 5'9", which is pretty I'd say is pretty tall for a girl. And then my brother, like he's really tall and we've both started smoking cigarettes really young and drinking coffee really young. And I don't know. I can't imagine being any taller than I am now. So I don't think it actually like did anything.
Yeah, I don't wonder how much them things that it'll stunt your growth. Yeah, according to them, I would again with coffee, I'd be fucking short as fuck to say something say shit about coffee, caffeine. That shit will stunt your growth.
Well, should we call it a night? Are you getting tired of asking or not asking questions? I've been talking so much.
I prefer that way. It's it makes for a more fun show, and it's completely up to you. We're getting close to the mark anyway, so uh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we can go
I'm
to
thankful
420
for.
if you want and cheers it out with a bowl.
There we go. That works for me. That works for me.
By the
So
way,
I guess
I'm on your shout outs
well,
list 3 times. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I guess what are your aliases?
So the first one, uh, I think it was when I first got on your list, and I was like, I had changed my name on YouTube for something, so I ended up changing it to Skunky Brewster for a little bit, and so that's on there. And then you got the Brewson,
Yes.
and then the last one is Butt Plug Boogaloo.
Ah, I recognize all of those. It kind of makes sense now.
I was always so worried that my Butt Plug Boogaloo was gonna get banned. Like people were gonna get mad at my like shit that I was saying, but everybody was cool with it, especially like after you would laugh when you saw the name. I was like, okay, I think I'm good. It's like, don't ban me, please. So I wasn't there to like fuck with people or anything. I thought the name was funny. So like, me and my friends, we used to just like change our YouTube names to funny names, and I ended up just doing that as a backup account with how much I used to get YouTube strikes and stuff for COVID misinformation and shit like that. So I ended up having that as just like, fuck it, I love that name, so I'm just gonna keep it. So I would use it once in a while just to pop in and be funny for a minute, and then it would go away.
I, I think I always thought both names, both other aliases, I guess, other names were funny. The Skunky Brewster obviously reminded me of Punky Brewster. I remember that from younger
Yeah,
years. But the butt plug bungalow will stay just because that one always makes me smile. It cracks me up a little bit. If you watch my face, I always smile a little bit when I come up to that one. I'm like, you fuckers, all right. You know what's funny is like every time like I go to call bullshit on one of those, like it's just a happen chance that it made it on the list. Uh like selling Sally silly seashells is another good one.
I fucking
As
laugh every time
soon
you
as I'd
say
be
that
like,
one.
I'd be every like, all right, that one that one was a fake. They'll be like, I'm here. What? For real? All right. I'll keep you on them.
Yeah, it's funny every time I'm like listening to your show at work and you do the shout outs and like I'll hear the Sally Seashells thing and I'm like, I'm gonna make a video later. I'm gonna clip every time he says Sally Seashells and make a whole big compilation and then I forget about it by the time I get home.
I do. I love a lot of the wordplay and the fucking some of the screen names. It's hilarious. Sometimes there's been some of them that I have fucking shouted out, fucking a couple hundred times, and then kind of like sitting here smoking, just landing the list randomly be fanned out in front of me and be like, huh, that's it. It'll just like totally click. I'm like, oh shit, I feel like a fucking idiot. I've been saying it like that all this time. Then at that point, I debate whether or not to say it correctly or keep saying it fucked up. To be honest, I think I'm quite known for at this point for mispronouncing some screen names. I try though. I try to make.
Yeah, some of them are tricky. Like I catch myself like reading some of the names wrong for like I'll read it as something for days and then all of a sudden I'll be like, wait a minute. Oh, that's what it says. It's like your brain tricks you with like it'll like flip one letter on you or something and make you think it says something else.
And I love that list though, man. There's something about doing that list every chance I get that I like to do. That thing's so worn right now. I need to rewrite it. Looks like something I've carried around forever. It shows some miles. Let's put it that way.
Maybe the next one put it in like some like laminated paper sleeves. That way it doesn't get all messed up.
Oh, tattered. I've got, what's funny, even funnier about that is I can be a little sentimental, I guess, but I've got the prior versions. After, I've rewrote them a few times. I've got the other tattered versions. When that one gets rewrote, I'm sure I'll lay that one right on top of the older ones.
Yeah.
So
Part of Eagle history.
it's been a fun ride, that's for sure. Gotten to meet a lot of cool people like yourself doing this for the last few years. It's been fun. I at this point I can't imagine not doing this. It'd feel weird not doing it. Work every day now for pushing into the third year doing this, and
Yeah.
it has become a huge part of me. I don't know. That list means a lot, though. That's part of the key to it all, I believe. I think there's a lot of times that I've thought to myself, as soon as I stop doing this list, things will all go south. At
Yeah, maybe.
this point, it's like a lucky charm type thing as well.
Yeah, Eventually it's going to be so big that you're just going to have to like designate one day of the week where you don't even do a show. It's like tonight's the shout out night, and you're just going to read the whole thing for hours.
I just on like a funny side of the what we were talking about earlier about like editing and stuff. Um, I'm going back through these episodes the other day, trying to fill in the blanks on some of these wormholes where I didn't go through and put the guest name in, and I had to like scan through and figure it all out again. And there's been a couple of times when I do that. I'm in the page there, the editor's page there on YouTube, and it offers a few different options there. And I click subtitles, and I've noticed that if I get there towards the end, it actually will subtitle the shout outs. And I've been wanting to go back and watch one of the shout outs in subtitles to see how close it can get, and how well it matches what's actually coming out of my mouth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it can accurately pick it up. So sometimes I get cruising with that shit. I actually wonder a lot of times how, you know, understandable it even is. If it isn't just a bunch of just babbling on the other end of
I can understand most of it, but I noticed that the YouTube closed captioning, like they get a lot of shit wrong. Like especially like if people have accents, like it tends to get words wrong, and like it'll say it's a different word, and like it gets a lot of names wrong. Sometimes it'll just say music instead of like saying what the person is saying. It'll just be like music. It's like, what do you mean? It's not even playing music, but because it's like, I don't know if it's depends on how fast the person is talking or something. If it's like too clustered together, it's picking it up as music and not actually words. It's really weird.
So I really appreciate the gift that you made for me, the Weed Nerd World gift there.
Yeah,
I
I wish
can't
I could have
figure out
got
how
it to
to.
crop down.
Oh,
I'm
I can't figure out. I was trying to use it for a background the other night, and I couldn't figure out how to use it to roll in the background for me.
hmm,
I can figure it out. I
I
just
would assume
downloaded
you
it
could
to the
just like
computer.
use it just like you would use a image. Like how I see some of you guys will change your like background as you're talking. So like whatever you guys do to change the image, just do the same thing maybe with it. I don't know. Every time I've streamed, I've used Streamlabs. So like I would just there's like a button on there where you can add media, and it allows you to add images, GIFs, video, whatever kind of media you want to use, and then you can adjust the size of it and all that stuff after you add it into Streamlabs. But I'm not sure what you use to stream.
The Zoom. The
Just through
Zoom.
Zoom.
It's fun. Yeah, it
Hmm.
goes right through the YouTube there. And it's funny that you bring up the Streamlabs there because I tried that shit too, and I have, I know how to use it because a little bit because I've had a few instances where updates from Zoom early on have spoiled a few nights where it just didn't fucking work after an update, stupid shit like that. But so I've kind of kept that in the background just in case, even though it would do me no good to try to do a fucking wormhole through that because the link would be kind of fucking completely different. I'd have to send it out, you know what I mean, one by one that night or whatever. But I tried it and it was too much like fucking editing for me. All the boxes and shit, the way you can stack all that shit. I was like, yeah, no. This is a lot like editing. I don't know if I like this.
Yeah,
And
when I
right
first
back to
started using
using
it, it
this.
was kind of overwhelming trying to figure it all out. But once I got it figured out, it's pretty simple for the most part. I still don't even know how to do like everything on it, but for the most part, I can do like simple things on it, like, adding video and shit and adjusting the size, cropping it. And it's nice too. That's actually what I use for clipping videos because there's a record feature on there, so I can just like, open Streamlabs, add like window capture or something. I think that's what it's called, is window capture. Um, I can add that on there and it'll capture whatever is playing on YouTube. And I can just like record it and then it'll save it right to my computer and then I can edit it however I want to then from there in my video program. But here we are back to talking about how much work it is for editing. Like you gotta record all this shit, save it, open it in another program, edit it, save it again. Like god damn. I need to do live streaming instead of videos. It would save me a lot of time.
And
I've thought about doing that for the 420 TV. Like, oh, I wonder what it'd be like if I just like, instead of taking the time to sit here and cut all this bullshit up and put it back together into pieces, like, let's just make a playlist and let it play through and see like how people will respond to that. But then I feel like I'm being extremely lazy, not putting enough effort into it or something.
there's just there is just so much work that goes into that. You have to give people credit that take the time to do that. Looks better. Things flow a lot better though. I always give people props that that do take the time to do the nice editing. Production is I think where a lot of times where I look at the show, I'm like, man, wish I had my. That's where I think where I think my project lacks is production. So it's up to you for taking the time to do it though.
I don't know. I kind of like the way your show is though, where like you can see everybody's little boxes and stuff because like, you know, sometimes the person talking, because like if you have it set up to where it highlights the person who's talking, like sometimes what they're doing in their little box is boring and I don't feel like watching their box. Like maybe I want to look at somebody else's box, because their box is more interesting right now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's nice having the whole panel there and then like I can look over here and then I'll watch over here for a while. And I don't know if it's like I have ADD or something that I have to constantly like, I want to look around at all these different things, but I feel like it's nice having it that way because, and everybody likes to watch different things. So sometimes people might want to sit there and stare at, like if Stony has his plants up, like sometimes I'll sit there and just like stare at his plants. And like other times it's interesting watching like, somebody gardening or doing their trimming or whatever on their lap or just smoking a joint. Sometimes it's fun to just sit there and watch people smoke a joint while you're laughing with everybody. And I don't know. I like the way I'm sure you've got all these ideas for how you would like it to look, but I like the way it looks
I,
right now and the way it runs, and everybody can just kind of talk as long as they're being respectful and stuff. So.
well, that's gonna be. You'll be welcome here after this evening. I guess we're getting close enough. We need to go over that spiel. Your link that I did send you this evening is good for the weed nerd world. Uh, Now you're welcome anytime you feel fit on coming to hang out.
Awesome.
Hopefully you do. You can you get to add we get to add one more face or background to the box. To the boxes. It'll be fun. Hopefully you'll take us up and come hang out a few nights whenever you can. It's always
Yeah,
nice to have
definitely.
some new people in the conversations. So do you have a favorite uh, episode out of all these messes?
Um, I don't know. I enjoy every episode, and each one has its own awesome moments. And but I mean, the one that like stands out the most is probably the one where Robert was showing all of his fucking spiders that he has in all of his little places, and he knows exactly where they all are. Like I was so fucking creeped out by that shit, but it was still like I couldn't look away. I was it was awesome watching that, and like I don't know. But it's funny because like I'm terrified of spiders. I don't know where that fucking spider went. Now I'm gonna be all paranoid. Son of a bitch. Um, a spider showed up in my house yesterday, and my daughter won't let me kill it. So as long as I know where he's at and he stays the fuck away from me, he's fine. But if you fucking try to drop it down on me or something, we're gonna have problems. Um, but yeah, like I don't like spiders at all. But seeing how comfortable he is with those big ass nasty fucking black widow spiders, and then like my kid constantly like, oh, spiders are cute and don't kill them, blah blah blah. I'm getting a little more comfortable with them. Like I don't try to kill them right away. Like I said, as long as they stay to their own little corners and shit, fine. Just stay in your business. I'll stay in mine, and I won't squish you.
I'm not a fan either. Not a fan either. Yeah, we've got some pretty creepy spiders here in Michigan. Man, my dog just got bit by one. I don't even know what the fuck he got bit by, but man, that thing got huge and blew up. It was so nasty. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the spiders either. Not at all. Tis the season too.
Yeah, I fucking hate. I've always hated spiders. Like my mom in her house, she's got one of those attics where you gotta like pull the string down from the ceiling and then the ladder like unfolds. So I was up in the attic one day, like getting Christmas decorations down or some shit, and there was a fucking spider, and it was just like, I ain't got time for the ladder, fuck it. And I just jumped right out of the ceiling. Like, no, get me the fuck away from the spider. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, if I know I saw arachnophobia when I was really little, but it seems like it has to be more than just a movie that made me this afraid of spiders.
Oh no, 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 no. Fuck, I was fucking twitchy all day yesterday. Fucking ticks have been seriously bad this year in fucking northern Michigan. And I had two of them on me yesterday, and it fucking had me freaked out all fucking day long.
Damn.
Yeah, anytime I felt a little itch, I was like, God damn it, it's not another fucking tick, you some bitch.
Yeah,
Fuckers do not play.
every once in a while my kids' school, when they come home from school, they'll tell us to make sure you check your kids for ticks. There were ticks out on the playground today because apparently they have a tick problem where the playground and shit is. So that's fun. I always got to check her for fucking ticks. And it's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. Like, I'm so creeped out by bugs and shit. Like, I don't want to fucking touch the thing. And I don't know, man. And you can't just let it go because I know it'll like burrow itself into your skin and shit. My stepdad had to have one like cut out of his ass cheek a couple years ago because he goes deer hunting and shit. And apparently he got a tick on his ass and didn't know. And it went for a couple weeks. And all of a sudden he went and, he had it checked out at the doctor because he was like, I don't know if he was like growing a boil on his ass or something, or it was just like hurting. And they're like, oh, yeah, there's a tick in there. So they had to cut a big chunk of his ass out to get the fucking thing out. So yeah, don't fuck around
That
with
doesn't
ticks. Get
help.
those bitches out if you got them. Don't let them go.
Oh, yeah, that shit creeps me right out, man.
They used
Yeah.
to always freak me out going up north, like where my parents go hunting. It's like roughing it. Like there's no electricity and running water and shit. Like there's like you shit in an outhouse like that they built by hand, like not a porta potty, like an outhouse with a hole in the ground. I'm always like so afraid there's gonna be ticks like crawling and I'm trying to use the bathroom and man, and all the fucking spiders in there. But there is one positive to an outhouse. It smells so fucking bad from the shit that you can smoke weed in there and nobody will know because the fucking shit just overpowers it. So smoke as much as you want. Just tell them you're shitting.
Fucking Dr. Buzz Lightyear says in South America, peckerfish you'll need to be scared of, Eagle. You'll never swim again. I don't want to fucking swim in big water, period. They don't necessarily have to be peckerfish in that shit, man. I'm good in big water. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I don't really go in water too much. Like I'll go in like a swimming pool and stuff, but I don't really like going swimming in lakes and stuff like that because for one, I don't know how to swim. I can like doggy paddle and shit, but like I don't like going out on boats and stuff on big bodies of water because I'm just like, man, if this boat goes down, I'm fucked. I can't swim all the way to shore. Like, what do I do? But, like, fuck that shit. And then like having to swim around with all the fucking aliens in the water, like you don't know what's in there.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. As soon as I feel like I'm out of my comfort zone of what I could possibly swim, I'm fucking uncomfortable. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
I'd probably smoke obsessively, smoke weed nonstop at that point. Yeah, guess I'll go back. Oh God, nothing out there. My dad actually left me a bunch of like scuba diving gear when he passed. And I was like, yeah, that shit's never gonna get used. There ain't nothing under that water line that I want to fucking know about. Oh,
right.
yeah, that's what waterproof cameras are for.
That's like with all this COVID stuff and like you gotta get a like when they're saying you have to get vaccinated to go on an airplane or fucking go on a cruise or all this and take tests and shit. And like I had people like asking me, well, how are you gonna go on a plane? It's like I don't fly anyways, so that doesn't affect me. Like I'm cool with being on the ground. And they're like, well, you can't go on a cruise either. And it's like, well, I'm not planning on going on cruises anyways. Like, so it's like, fuck that shit. I'm good. I'll stay right on the land. And then my daughter gets upset because like she wants to move to Japan someday, and I'm like, have fun. She's like, you gonna come visit me? I'm like, I would have to, for one, get on a plane and then fly over a big ass fucking ocean and then go somewhere where they mainly eat seafood, which I don't eat any seafood at all. Like, no, I'm not coming to fucking Japan. I'm right here forever, apparently, because yeah, I'm good on that. If I can't drive there, then I don't go there.
See, I like to fly. You know, I don't know. That's a different thing. I could see the comparison though a little bit, but when you're at the same limitations, basically, you know what I mean? You can't do anything once you're in that craft, same as you would a boat. But when things go south or whatever, at least I can still see shit coming. I guess I don't know. There's this the black of the water. There's too many things I don't like about the water versus flying.
Yeah.
Things look heavy. So you've never been flying? Have you ever been in like say one of those like IMAX theaters where they kind of like fly over the world and stuff like that?
Well, I was on an airplane twice in my life. When I was 8 years old, we flew from Milwaukee to Phoenix and then from Phoenix back to Milwaukee. So twice I was on an airplane. And like it was all right. Like I don't remember it being that bad, but just having to deal with all the bullshit of airport security and COVID restrictions and all this other shit, I don't care. I would rather just like drive. And also I just don't like the feeling of being up in the air and like what if the fucking plane crashes? I don't know. I just feel safer in a car than I would in an airplane where I feel like I can't control what happens because I'm up a million fucking feet in the air, just floating. But then again,
For
I
me,
survived driving
it's
through Milwaukee somehow. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna post the dash cam shit on my dash cam channel. I almost got somebody to crash into a parked car today. Not it would have been his fault too, the fucking dumbass motherfucker. Like it's a literally like one lane for driving and then it's a lane for parking. And I'm at a red light. I was first in line at the red light and the light turns green. I like see this guy come flying up on the right side, like where cars are supposed to be parking, and I knew exactly what he was trying to do. He was trying to like fly around me and fucking be like get in front of me. Well, right after you cross through the intersection, there was a parked car right there. So he basically had like, until we got through the intersection to like race in front of me and swerve over before he hit that parked car. And I fucking just like with my accelerator, like I don't care. He like missed it by like inches. He would have fucking hit the car. I'm like, you dumbass motherfucker. I hope. And then like I get to the next light and I don't know if he saw that I had a dash cam or what, but he like I seen him like look in the mirror and then he like whipped over out of traffic and just like fucking took off. I'm like, okay. But that's just like an everyday thing. Type shit in Milwaukee and I can survive that, yet I'm afraid to fly in an airplane.
so how come I don't have a dash cam, but how come why do you have one? I'm just curious.
Well, for one, I bought it because I figured if like I do get in an accident or something, I'll at least have proof of what happened if it wasn't my fault because motherfuckers drive crazy as fuck here. And then also I bought it because while I was laid off the entire duration of COVID, um, I needed something to do. And I was trying to do different things on YouTube to try to, you know, get a big enough following to where I could get monetization to try to make money because I was still making some on unemployment and stuff, but like I wasn't making like what I normally would. So I was like trying to find other ways to make money. So I was like, fuck it, I'll buy a dash cam because people like watching dash cam videos and videos of people just driving around and shit. So I was like, I see enough dumb shit in the city when I'm driving around of people doing stupid shit. I'll spend $100 on a dash cam. It'll help me if I ever do get in an accident. And now I can create content for YouTube of bad drivers and just showing what houses in Milwaukee look like, because I've seen people doing shit like that on channels where they just do driving around showing you what, houses in their city look like and downtown area and stuff like that. So I was trying to do that for a while, but now that I'm fine, they finally let me come back to work. Um, I don't really have a ton of time to just drive around randomly recording anymore. So I haven't been posting as much on there. And also the fucking gas prices are so expensive now. It's just too expensive to be driving around doing those videos when I don't make any money on the videos. Um, so yeah, that was basically why I bought it. And I'd like to get another camera, like a better quality one, because then I can put one of them like on the back, because I see a lot of dumb shit fucking happening behind me. I'm like, man, I can get so many good clips for the channel if I had a video of like behind me right now of people just being dumb. So I want to put the old one in the back and then like get like a 4K camera that would have better quality or and shit, and put that in the front, and hopefully that'll help me make better videos or something. Maybe more people subscribe if it's better quality videos. So right now it's just a 1080p camera, and then also going through my windshield like kind of makes the quality a little bit shittier too, especially if like the sun is out at all. It like reflects on the window and causes issues and makes the colors of the buildings and stuff look weird. And yeah.
I don't know. I'm afraid. I'm honestly I'm terrified at the whole monetization thing. To be honest with you, you know, I'm afraid that if I were to go that route, that doing this every night it would turn into like a work thing, and it wouldn't be any fun anymore. It'd be like editing, kind of. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? What Once it feels like work, it's no fun. So if I wanted to, you know what I mean? I got to keep it in my fun place in my head. That's why what I tell myself in my head. Why I'm such a big bugaboo about it personally. So, something funny in chat I was gonna relay. I forgot.
Yeah, I don't know if you could even monetize your channel because it's cannabis related. And I think if it's 18 plus on videos, like they don't let you monetize those. I think that's how it goes. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it goes.
Yeah, I wouldn't even try.
I think that's why a lot of people do
Like I
like
said, take the fun out.
Patreon and stuff like that, because like doing the monetization is so hard through YouTube because they got so many fucking hoops you got to jump through, and you got to make sure you have this many watch hours from the public and this many from subscribers, and you can't have this many copyrights or whatever, or I don't know. They just have like so many hoops you got to get through in order to get monetization. It's seems like a lot of people make more through like I said, Patreon, Teespring, um, other websites where they can have people pay them for stuff.
Still ain't used to that either. Still haven't got quite used to that either. We have hit the 420 mark in this Brew City Synth. I appreciate you coming and hanging out tonight. I am gonna keep the butt plug bundles on the shout out sheet though.
That's awesome. I was gonna like change my
Even
name
though,
on Zoom to that today, but then I was like, nah, I'm gonna wait.
oh, you should have. You should have. Midway, midway, you should have left it the way it was, and then midway changed it. So it would have been like, what a wait a minute. I recognize that name. Would have been funny. I appreciate you being honest about it, though. But before we go, though, we do have to do the sound bite. Let me see here. Let me get I believe you know how it goes. Let me get the recording ready here. What the heck? Oh, there it is. Anytime you're ready, I'm ready. If you will give me my sound bite.
Whoa, Zoom just told me a recording is in progress. It sounded like the cops. What the fuck?
This is the only part of the show that I record that keeps me from, again, being lazy and having to go and edit this shit out. I just record this section. That's it.
What episode is this again?
This is 643.
Okay. All right, this is Brew City Synth, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 643. Butt plug boogaloo. Peace out.
Hell yeah. Thanks again for coming to hang out, man. It's been a fun conversation tonight. As I said, the Zoom link that I sent you this evening is always good. Feel free to come hang out anytime you'd like. I'm sure not just myself, but other people would like to hang out and talk with you as well. So feel free anytime. Again, looking forward to it. Any shout outs? Anybody you'd like to say hello or anything to before we go?
Just shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed the episode. Make sure you're subscribed to Eagle's channel and go subscribe to my channels if you want. Like I said, I got Brew City Synth is my music channel. 420 TV Weedcore is my cannabis channel. If you want to sub to my dash cam channel, if that sounds interesting at all, it's under Ruck Life MKE. That's RUCK. Like, because it started as the Honda Ruckus channel because I bought one of those and I was doing videos. So it's like Ruck Life Milwaukee. So yeah, if that's, you'll see a little picture I think I got of it's like a motorcycle picture or something of a Honda Ruckus. I'm rambling, I'm sorry. So anyways, shout out to the chat and all the weed nerds and everybody that's been helping me out figuring out how to grow, and shout out to Granddaddy Eagle for having me on the show. Much love, everybody.
Thank you for coming. You know, you did crack me up with one of your posts the other day about my random pics there. I did crack up when I seen that shit. I was like, oh. Oh, I thought it was very fun. But thanks for making me a meme. I appreciate it.
No problem.
So with that being said, guys, we are out of here. You guys hopefully know the deal by now. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Do join me tomorrow when my guest will be Brett Boog. Will be joining me tomorrow night at 11:30. One last thank you, Brew City Sin. Excuse me, the cat mouse terrible. I hope to speak with you again very soon. We are out of here, guys. Peace.